This is Mark Guerrero. Welcome to East L.A. Music Stories. My guest today is Bobby Cochran, and he's got quite a history. He's played with the country rock group Flying Burrito Brothers, with Bobby and the Midnites, with Bob Weir of the Grateful Dead. He's done his own shows. He happens to be the nephew of Eddie Cochran. Is it nephew?
Yes.
Yeah. Nephew of the great rock and roll pioneer, Summertime Blues, 20 Flight Rock, Eddie Cochran. And the reason he ties in to East LA Music Stories is back in the early to mid 60s, he was a member of the Midniters. And so that's going to be fun to talk about. How you doing, Bobby?
I'm doing good. And back in those days, it wasn't called the Midniters yet. It was Benny
Oh,
and the Midniters. And
okay.
then it was Little Willie G and the Midniters. Then it was Little Ray and the Midniters. Then it was Little Ray and Little Willie and the Midniters.
Now, there were two Bennys. There was Benny Cevallos, and then there was Benny Lopez.
Benny Cevallos was the conga player. Yeah. And he
Who
was the
played bass?
leader of the
Who
band when
played
I
bass?
joined. He was kind of like the father.
Okay, yeah, because he had been in before with his brother Raul, right? Raul Ceballos, I think.
Yeah. Raleigh Cevallos and I don't remember the bass player's name, another Cevallos
Okay,
brother.
all right. Now there.
Um, yeah, Benny was the older of all of those guys, and he was kind of like the father in the band. Always tried to kind of take care of everybody, And
Okay.
Raleigh, I think, was the other guitar player, if I'm not mistaken. Real
Well,
nice, tall,
mm,
slender fellow.
okay. Well, amazingly, I saw you perform with the Midniters. I believe it was 1964 at St. Alphonsus School Auditorium, one of the big East LA venues. I was probably 14 or so, and I already had my band, but I was in the audience, and that was when you had Little Ray and Little Willie G both as vocalists, which was
Oh,
amazing.
really?
There was a short period where they were
That was
both.
later. That was later in our career.
Right, that was a
Or
little later.
Benny Cevallos was the conga player and the kind of the head of the band.
Right,
Little Willie was always the heartthrob of the band
of
for the
course.
girl, and he was in and out towards the end. The whatever the conflict was, I wasn't privy to the exact conflict, but they always tried to keep me kind of protected.
How old are you at that time?
I was 14.
Wow, amazing. So you
Yeah.
were a couple of years younger than most of the guys.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Danny was when I was 12, Danny was 16, I think. That's when I met Danny Lamont. And we started playing together right away. I don't remember how I met him, but we got him in my first band that I was in after a couple of weeks of my playing. The sax player Wayne Cook said, Well, first he talked me into playing at the school talent contest, and I'm listening to the people audition from out in the quad, and I'm thinking, well, I can play as good as those guys, so I guess yeah, we could do that, And I'd only been playing a couple of weeks, and um, anyway, so Danny and I played that. We had a trumpet player, a sax player, Wayne Cook, and a snare drum. Oh, Danny wasn't in that band. I'm sorry. It was a drummer that just had a snare drum, and we had a female piano player. I was 12 and a half. And the night of the talent show, she quit and decided to do her own spot in the talent show. So we were missing our whole rhythm section, because all we had were the two horns, a sax and trumpet, and a snare drum, and me. And I was really just a very beginner. I'd been playing literally just a couple of weeks when I got into it.
Now, were you going to school with Danny? Same school?
No, I don't
How'd
remember
you meet
how I
him?
met Danny. He was suddenly in the picture, and my mom was a big fan of Gene Krupa,
Hmm.
and the Gene Krupa story had been out,
The
and
movie?
Danny kind of a little bit resembled the actor that played Gene Krupa in the movie, Salminio, I
Hmm.
think.
Yeah.
And Danny was such a good drummer for that age of my playing with real players. He was just the best I'd ever heard, And we got him in my next band, which Wayne got me into, called Kelly and the Midniters, oddly enough. And they were out in Buena Park, and we got Danny was in the band, and it was a real good little garage band, and we started playing gigs at the local venues, Retail Clerks Union, and my mom and dad started putting on gigs at the Buena Park Civic Center. It was an underground auditorium, and it was so cool. I remember our third week of playing. The first week we only had 10 people or something, and the next week we had 50 people, and the next week Jimmy O'Neill, the famous KRLA radio DJ, gave us a free ad on the radio,
Oh,
and we had a line around the block.
nice.
It was filled at 500 people. We couldn't let people in until more came out. The following week, it was jammed up again, and then they wouldn't give us a permit to do the gig anymore. And the rumor was that Dick Dale was playing Harmony Park at the time. And of course, we were a surf band during that era. And we had heard that they had complained that we were, taking too much of the crowd. I mean,
Wow.
it was a 500 seat place and it was stuffed, and so we just continued to do gigs, and eventually we started recording at my dad's studio out in Southgate. And Danny at that time was with the Midniters, and I think he recommended for me to come in. And when they heard me, they jumped on that, and suddenly I was the little blue-eyed gringo with the reverb. You know?
And what kind of guitar were you playing? Was it a Gretsch or I remember it was that type
Yeah,
of,
6120 Gretsch. Yeah,
yeah.
Chatton's, just like Eddie's. It was a little bit older version of that guitar than Eddie's, and anyway, it was a family tradition, to play that guitar, and I of course was longing to play other things that had different tones. The other guitar player bought a brand new Strat in what was it called? Burgundy Mist
Mm.
color, kind of a purplish, sparkly color. It was beautiful guitar, and that's when I got my little brown reverb, my first reverb. And I was playing through a Magnetone 212 amp, and I didn't really realize how good that amp was till many years later. Um, my dream was to have a dual showman,
Mm.
and of course, a dual showman was $1,000 at the time, which you could buy a new car, I think,
Yeah.
for that.
Yeah.
And so for the Battle of the Bands against the Blue Satins at St. Alfonso's,
Wow.
the guys went out and bought all brand new Fenders. They bought a Fender Bassman and a Fender Piggyback Bandmaster and Bassman. And my grandmother paid for me to have my amp refurbished. It was all dinged up because I bought it used, and they made it look like new, but it still wasn't a dual showman. It didn't have
Right.
that thump that those Fender enclosed cabinets had. And um, so I missed that because I was doing so much surf music. I really wanted that big bottom end.
Yeah. Well, let me mention, I had a blonde bandmaster at the time, uh,
Yeah,
65 or so. And getting to the surf music, I've talked about this on many shows, is that in the early 60s, most of us bands were playing surf music because
yeah,
it was the rage. You not only did you have Dick Dale, who was incredibly popular, but you had Pipeline coming out. Wipeout was a big hit, and so
yeah.
most bands, even in East LA, we started out with surf music, and a lot of others did too. So,
Yeah,
you,
when I joined the band, it was before Wipeout, I think. Um, I don't know about Pipeline.
there was always
A
the
dear friend of
Ventures too, right? The Ventures were pretty popular.
of course, the Ventures were a big deal, but Dick Dale and the original bands, the Shantays.
Yes.
Uh, Later in life, I remember I met Bob Spickard, and somehow he knew me. I don't know how he knew me, but he acted like he was my best friend, and we later became dear friends. And it's such a down to earth guy to have written
Yeah.
that iconic such a cool tune. And of course, the reverb back in those days was essential
Yes.
for that music. And I got that in the early days with Kelly and the Midniters. I think his mom loaned us the money for me to buy it, and we're still friends, all these years later. And that had to be like in 62 ish, I'm thinking. Um, but anyway, we really did primarily surf music in Kelly and the Midniters. And when I was playing in my dad's studio, we did a whole range of music, every kind of music, a lot of country music. People would come in, and I was the staff guitar player. Even though I was a kid, I was
Mhm.
still better than many of the adults that came in. Of course, Thumbs Carlisle and Speedy West, they
Wow.
were eye-opening players, that
Yes.
I got to be turned on to early. And I used to watch Cal's Corral all the time in
Oh, yeah.
person. My
Wow.
mom would take me down there, and we'd watch from that Huntington Park ballroom
Wow.
where it was, and that's where I got my first fuzz tone turn on. The steel players were using, and I thought, God, that's kind of like a sax on guitar,
And
and
what kind did you have? My first one was a
the
Mosrite.
maestro.
I mean, I had a Mosrite. Remember those?
No,
Yeah,
I
that's
remember Mosrite, but not the fuzz tone. The
yes.
maestro was the first one I ever saw, and I went right out and bought it. And later, when I moved away from home, when I was 15 and a half, kind of my first instinct on effects was to open them up and take them apart and see what was in there, and
Mm.
so I took my old maestro and I opened it up. I thought, God, there's not many parts in here. I'll build one, so I bought all
Wow.
the parts and built one, but it didn't have the same characteristic on the fuzz because I didn't realize they had specific transistors that they would use
Mhm.
for those distortion characteristics, germanium ones versus whatever the other ones were. And I didn't know anything about any of that. I was lucky to know there was a resistor and to get the same stripes, the same capacitors and stuff. And
I just knew how to turn it on. That's about it.
yeah, well, I was always interested in taking them apart, and I started installing pickups so that I could afford to change my pickups. I just started doing pickup installations. And of course, I was encouraged because Eddie had put pickups on his guitars, and my dad was a bit of an inventor and hot rodder. He did that with automobiles. He'd
Oh,
take like an old Hudson and chop all the fenders off, and it'd look completely different, and hot rod the engine and put
wow.
a good transmission in, and they'd go to jalopy racing on the weekends. And it was before the Destruction Derby, where they would crash into one
Right.
another on
Remember
purpose.
that.
My mom actually, I think she might have won the Powder Puff Derby at one of those
Wow.
races. They just had all the women drivers jump out, and my mom volunteered, and I think she won.
Wow.
Yeah,
Geez.
so it was an exciting time of life when I was a kid, and my dad was very smart. I remember in about 57 or 58, it was somewhere in there. I think I was only 8 years old, and we had grass that was 2.5, 3 foot deep in our backyard, and he took a upright vacuum cleaner, removed all the housing, so all that was hanging below it was the arbor for the motor, and he screwed four hacksaw blades onto it, and that was the first weed eater I'd ever seen. And I don't know that they had invented them at that point, but that's the first one I saw. And I remember one time the blade went boom, took off, and I thought, man, it'd be a good idea to put a shield on the back of that to
Yeah.
protect us.
Whoa.
But that I think is where a lot of my inventiveness and curiosity and determination to make the best guitar sounds that I could came from.
Oh.
Uncle Eddie was certainly innovative in putting that P90 on his Gretsch, and it became an iconic Gretsch because of that.
Mhm.
And his guitar before that, he had installed a pickup on his Gibson that he had before. And I remember one of his friends said, yeah, he was hammering the mounting blade flat because it was round originally. He hammered it flat and screwed it along the upper fretboard at the end, and that's where that pickup came from. So I started uh, I started testing guitars and amps and effects for Fender when I was 15, and that was pretty trippy. And that was right after all the Midnighter stuff, because I had moved away from home at that point. And I don't know, back in those early days of Benny and the Midnighters and Danny Lamont and Little Willie, there was such a brotherhood. They were really like my brothers, and they were protecting me. I was very naive, and I was really just such a kid. And they said if you just stay with us, and if anybody calls you these names, and he named a few names like Puto and stuff like that, he says you come and get us, and
How
they
about you
wanted
ever
to
hear the
kind of
word? Did you ever hear the word Paddy? They used to call Anglos Paddy,
no, I never heard
Paddy.
that,
Maybe it came
but they
from
did call him the
Irish.
blue-eyed gringo,
Okay.
the blue-eyed gringo with a reverb.
Well,
The V was a B in Spanish, and
right, right.
where we rehearsed. The way we get there, we came along this street, and on our left was a house that ended at the end of our block. That was a house, was a brothel, I think. There were like four or five chicks, young chicks out all in the porch all the time, and they'd always be whistling and hooting and hollering when I drive by, and hey, little blue-eyed gringo, and we'd turn right and go down to whatever house it was that we were picking the rest of the guys up. And it's interesting. I think Larry Rendon, the sax
Yes.
player,
Mhm.
I think he was the guy who got us access to the music room at the high school, and we would rehearse oftentimes at that high school music room. And it was neat to have a place where we could play at loud volumes and not piss the neighbors off. I don't remember ever rehearsing at a garage with that band where we would have dealt with the neighbor stuff.
Was that Salesian High School?
It could have been. That's where we did the big concert later, and at that time I had just left the band with Danny Lamont, and I had left to start our first super band. Imagine 14-year-old me,
Right, Superman.
his first super band. It was called the Vesuvians,
I remember them. Yeah. Was Bobby
and
Hernandez in that?
Bobby Hernandez. I don't remember the first bass player, but the second bass player was Jimmy Espinoza,
Okay.
who used to come around all the time around the Midniters, and I think he was looking for an opening to be in the band, but it just, it was brothers.
But
And
eventually
so,
that did happen, of course.
yeah, well, it did. In fact, and part of the reason why I would think is the first time I ever saw anyone shooting up with heroin was our bass player in the parking lot
Wow.
at one of the venues. I don't remember if it was San Alfonso. We played there all the time, it seemed like. Um, but I remember Willie and the guys kind of, oh, hey, Bobby, come over here, because I was looking over there,
Oh, yeah,
where he
yeah,
was
yeah.
up, and they didn't want me to see any of that. They're trying to protect me from all of that
Right.
vibe.
Now, when you were playing with the Midnighters, especially when I saw you, was Romeo Prado already in the group?
The name is so familiar.
He
What
played
did he play?
trombone, and
He
arranged.
might have been in the band at that point. We had a trombone. I think we had a Barry sax for a minute. Uh, the one that stands out for me is Larry Rendon. He always played the tenor.
Yeah.
And he's in all those old pictures that I have of our rehearsals for the Blue Satin concert.
Well, he's the only guy that's been in the Midnighters from when they were the Gentiles all the way till
Yeah,
today, and he
yeah.
still plays with the Midnighters.
Well, they used to talk about that name on occasion, and what was different about them too for me is they didn't really do surf music until I was in the band. I became the surf guy, and
Mhm.
Danny and I, of course, were doing surf music before, but they did. It was more rhythm and blues,
Right.
and of course, all those beautiful love songs with the ice cream changes, "For Your Love" and "Daddy's Home," and
Right.
just all those songs that Willie used to just knock them out of the park. All
Were
the
you
girls.
already doing Sad Girl and That's All? It's-
I'm assuming we did. Yeah, seem very familiar to me. Of course, I didn't include those in my repertoire later. Included "For Your Love" and "Daddy's Home" and "Earth Angel." I do a medley of those.
Right.
And when he came out to see me, I don't know, maybe in the '90s or the late '80s probably. And he and his wife were out in the audience, and I said, I'm about to do a song medley from my old days, and I really learned this stuff from that guy out in the audience over there. Then I introduced little Willie. I said, come on up and sing. Oh, no, no, no. We're here to see you. And so I started "For Your Love." He says, okay. He came up and he sang them to every girl in the house, like he was singing to them individually.
And the girls are still swooning.
Oh, geez. I just, Willie had such a genuine smile and personality and charisma. He he still had one of the biggest smiles I've ever been around. Just a very loving kind of guy, and very down to earth. And he was a little bit older than me, but I knew I was. He had his arm around me to keep me safe in maybe not so safe circumstances.
Mhm.
And of course, Danny was like my older brother, and there was a real camaraderie. And Benny, he made sure that I was always taken care of and safe, and um, they afforded me an awful lot of respect for being a kid. It
Right.
was
So when you were in the Midnighters, was it always Danny Lamont on drums, or did you play with George Salazar at all?
no, it was always Danny on drums when I was with the band, and in fact, Danny and I uh, conspired together, to leave. Uh, we were very, very popular. However, we knew that the surf thing was kind of a big deal, and we knew that we could really pursue that on a kind of different level, and if we had a band that was specifically tuned to doing that. And that's Bobby Hernandez, of course, was the other guy. He played sax and guitar too. And I don't know, it was just from one brotherhood into another one,
Yeah. Now I saw the Vesuvians at one of the first East L.A. college rock and roll shows,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
were you in that
Salesian.
one?
Yeah, yeah.
'Cause I saw that, and Bobby Hernandez. I'm not sure if it was previous to that or after that. He became guitarist for the Romancers. I don't know if you remember the Romancers.
I remember the name. I don't know who he was with before, but Bobby was more of an adult
Mhm.
compared to me. It felt like back in those days, and Benny was more of an adult. He was a real adult, like somebody's dad.
Right.
And Danny was kind of in between, and Willie was a little more in between. They had a younger vibe than some of the other guys. Jimmy Espinoza at that time, I felt like he was kind of a little more mature, um, but he seemed to love the music, and he wanted in the Vesuvians desperately, and was coming around the Midniters a lot, and you could tell he wanted to be in the band. He was real handsome, articulate. I had never heard him play at that point, but he acted like he was a player, if you follow me. So when we left to do the Vesuvians, we first had a different bass player, and none of us can remember that bass player's name. I have a picture of him, and none of us remember his name. But Jimmy Espinoza became the bass player in the Vesuvians, and I remember our business card said the erupting sounds of the Vesuvians.
And those shirts you guys had, you got the black and white
Yeah, those like a prison referee
referee.
shirt.
Yeah,
Yeah, black and white stripes.
I remember.
Uh, I remember we wore those at the teenage fair too. One of the early teenage fairs at the Palladium,
Was it a battle of the
and
bands or was it just a regular show?
they did have a battle of the bands, but we were just playing
Okay.
as one of the entertainment things. And it was at that teenage fair that I saw. His name was Johnny. I don't remember his last name. A real good thumb pick style guitar player, and he played the song "Caravan," Chet
Mm.
Atkins style.
Hmm.
And in that song, you move your hand boom, 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 boom for the bass note, boom, boom, rocking from an A to a B flat. And I thought I could do that. I didn't know how they did it. And some guys will play an open A, then a B flat fretted, but that's different,
Yeah.
you know. um, and that's where I first got my real clue how to do some of the Chet Atkins stuff,
Mm.
which I was always intrigued with. But we didn't have videos and
Right.
tablature and stuff like that. You couldn't go down and get a book and show you how to do that stuff.
No,
It was drop a needle down and figure out what the notes were, and
that's
then
right.
how does he do all that at once, and I was learning all that stuff back in those days. So that's kind of part of what separated me from my competition, um, because I had the advantage of having Eddie as my uncle, who was a very accomplished guitar player. And I remember when I was 14, Jackie DeShannon gave me my first BB King album.
Mm.
She said, "Your uncle loved this guy. You should listen to him." So I took that to heart. And she even showed me a little guitar thing that became part of my style, a little folk guitar thing that she did. and she showed up at one of the Midnighter gigs. It might have been the night of, or one of the next nights after the Blue Satin Battle of the Bands.
Well, I have a flyer where Jackie DeShannon was playing at one of the East L.A. venues. It might have been San Alfonso's. It might have been with the Midnighters on the
Well,
bill.
it was at St. Alfonso's, and it was with the
Yeah.
Midnighters that
Yeah.
she appeared. She didn't sing, but she did appear and just kind of said hi to everybody, and may have given out an award or something. I don't
Right.
remember. I still have pictures of it. And little Willie just had that beautiful big smile. He was just on seventh heaven, and later it was awesome when both he and Little Ray were singing in the band,
Oh,
because
God,
they were
crazy.
both good.
Yeah. Getting back
And
to Eddie, now, did you, as we all know, he died tragically in that car accident in England. He was only, what, 21?
yes, he was
So
21.
did you ever get a chance to know him when you were small?
Yeah, yeah. He died when I was 10, so I knew him. We had gone to see him play at a store opening, and it was kind of weird for me because we weren't out in the audience. We were coming through a corridor that he entered the stage from, and I could see the audience and I could see him on stage, but he was lip syncing to a 45. So you can imagine how cheesy that was, because those old record players were cheesy. They didn't have a big power amp in them, and they wouldn't
Great
get very
speakers.
loud without distorting.
Yeah.
And he was up there lip syncing one of his early songs. It was probably, I'm thinking, probably before Summertime Blues and after 20 Flight Rock. It was somewhere in that era. You could have been sitting in the balcony, or One Kiss, or Well, they call you Cradle Baby, one of those. And but I learned a lot from all of Eddie's records. And I also, early on, I had a reel-to-reel tape recorder from my dad's studio, and I had copies of some of the demos he had of his blues tunes and Milk Cow Blues. I think there were three versions of Milk Cow Blues and two instrumental blues. So I just learned every lick I could off of all of that stuff. And of course, I had known about Chet Atkins, and so I listened to Chet Atkins, and early on, Ronnie Ennis, one of his dear friends, showed me a couple of licks that Eddie did, and I thought, well, there's a better way to do that lick, and so that rolling stuff, where you're playing lots of fast notes using some open strings and fingered and hammered on pull offs, and it sounds like a blur of notes. uh it's a technique that's not that hard, but not everybody can do that, and certainly the young guitar players that I was competing with didn't know stuff like that. And most of the young kids I knew were not listening to these great country guitar players like I was, because now it seems like I was going there every weekend to the Huntington Park Ballroom and seeing some of the best country guitar players in the world, and in my dad's studio, I mean, guys like Speedy West on steel and Thumbs Carlisle. I mean, these guys were monsters. They were as good as it gets,
Mhm.
and so a lot of the surf guys, the young surf guys, weren't turned on to those influences.
Right, right. And the Huntington Ballroom, you're saying had all that country stuff, but it also later became an East LA venue as part of the places we all played. I played
Yeah,
there.
probably. I never played there. It was a big venue,
Hmm.
but I never played there. We were closer to the East L.A. scene
Hmm.
when we were playing, and car clubs and stuff like that.
Right,
We'd play weddings. So I'd learn these other songs that were completely out of my background,
right.
Korea rock. It
Okay.
was
Oh
like,
yeah.
wow, that's pretty cool, and but they had a more of a rhythm and blues influence, is how I remembered those guys.
You talking
And
about the
when we,
Midnighters? Talking about the
yeah,
Midnighters? Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
and
Do up to, the
yeah,
beautiful
we'd play
ballads.
songs like Night Train,
Yeah.
boom,
Oh,
doo doo
oh,
doo doo
oh,
doo
yeah.
doo 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 doo, things like that. But
And
there was a
of course, Green Onions.
Oh yeah, we'd open the show with that. I think you reminded me of that. I forgot all about that. I was a big Green Onions fan, and later in '69, I was tickled pink because the band I was with, called the South, uh, were invited to come to Memphis and record for Stax Records. And so Don Nix and Duck Dunn were kind of the producers. And I got turned on to Steve Cropper in a brand new way because Duck had an album by Steve Cropper. And I'm like, whoa, I had no idea that he had an album out. I loved Green Onions. Um, but Steve, little did he know, he was a big influence on me in all those songs he wrote. And later in life, it's weird. We were doing the second Bobby and the Midnites album. This one was for Columbia, I think. And Skunk Baxter was producing.
Oh, great.
And Skunk was friends with Steve Cropper and invited him to play on the whole album with us. So
Wow.
he was there with us on the basic tracks. And we had Bob Weir stuck in a cubicle, surrounded by the sound partitions. He was back there. I used to joke making pterodactyl noises with his guitar on the whammy bar and stuff, you know. Um, but it was nice because I got to know Steve, you know, and being such a fan of all the stuff. And oddly enough, at the end of that album, he asked me to co-write with him, you know, do some songwriting. You know, I had written the song that got us that record deal. It was called "I Want to Live in America," and I wrote some other stuff in the band too. And anyway, he liked my writing, and I was so busy during that era because my mom had leukemia, and the band was still touring and stuff. There was just like no time to for downtime, you know, and he asked me three separate times over the years, and I can't imagine what I was doing that I was too busy, but you know, I was too busy. And one of those times, I think my daughter had been killed. I mean, it was really big stuff in life, you know, that was interfering with normal life. And um, anyway, I'd love to take him up on that someday.
Yeah,
we're we're both out here in Nashville, so it'll be a lot easier than it was.
right. Mhm.
I wanted to go back. I started to talk about how Eddie was such an influence on
Yes.
guitar, and when you're kind of a hot shot on guitar, which I was, you know, it was clear that everybody was making a big fuss over it all the time. It was kind of embarrassing to me, you know, because I could see how well I could play, but I had no perspective of it. You know, so when people are comparing me to Eddie and to Dick Dale and Chet Atkins and BB King, and it's like, what's wrong with you people? Are you crazy? You know,
Mhm.
but it had an effect on me in two ways. One was I kind of wanted to hold back and not push that, so to speak. So I didn't allow Eddie to be in my bio for my first many years of my career. It might have been as late as the Burrito Brothers that I finally allowed it to be in my bio occasionally.
Well, let me bring something up here. Is that I can relate to you in this sense because my dad, you know, was or is a legendary Chicano singer-songwriter, you know,
Yeah,
and uh, and so I also, when I was a kid, I never brought him up. I didn't want it mentioned that he was my
yeah,
dad for many reasons. Number one, I wanted to make my own way. And number two, I didn't want to be thought of as some kind of celebrity's kid or something. So it
yeah.
was just, I was, if it came up, I was mortified. Later, I embraced it and it all happened. But at first, so I can relate to what you're saying.
Well, everybody knew around the Midniters, you know, it was just it was part of my family background, and we were all family, you know, and I didn't have a bio back then, you know.
Right.
It was just
Yeah.
here's little Bobby. He's a hot rod guitar player, man. Look at him go, you know, and then it would come up, you know, and yeah, I was always super proud of it. However, it's a big shadow. You know,
Yes,
he cast a giant shadow,
absolutely.
and so by the same token, I didn't want it to be my calling card. I didn't want it to be why everyone was coming to see me and
Exactly.
hiring me and stuff. And when my dad had his studio, I'm sure the fact that he had written a couple of hits for Eddie and was Eddie's brother had played out in the studio to help bring people in. And and of course, me being the son, you know, it never came up so much in front of me except when Eddie's friends were all there. Because Guybo was always there, and Ronnie Ennis, Bob Denton, those guys were there all the time. It seemed like, you know, and I was recording with these adults. They were 10 or 15 years older than me, they're all telling me, God, you're better than Eddie, at 14 and 15, I could hear Eddie and I'm like, I don't know how to do that, or do that, or do that, or do that, and there's subtleties to Eddie's playing that people will be struggling to unlock those secrets for eternity. Exactly what did he learn from Johnny Smith? Because those were some sophisticated jazz chords he was doing behind my mom singing, and my mom was a big blues and jazz fan, and Eddie wanted to produce her as being kind of like the next Julie London,
Hmm.
and so he cut a couple of tracks on her that I knew about, and later the Rockstar Records over in England, I was real good friends with that guy, and I helped him to locate those songs, and he put them on a CD. Mom would have just been completely blown away to be on an Eddie Cochran CD, as a singer, as that lead singer,
Yeah.
and so there was all this musical influence in my household. Mom was turning me on to people like Lionel Hampton and, of course, Gene Krupa, but all these jazz singers like Frankie Lane and Kay Starr and Eartha Kitt and Ella Fitzgerald and Dinah Washington and Sarah Vaughan and just all these great singers. And my mom was a singer in her own right. She had studied opera. She was kind of an opera protege. They touted her as being the next Lily Pons, which was noted for being able to sing a C above a high C, or up in the upper stratosphere. And so I'm sure that's where some of my singing ability came from. It was a family gift, and on both sides of my family, and of course my dad was insistent that I play like Eddie, and of course Eddie wasn't a surf guitar player. He
Yeah.
could play anything, but he wasn't like focusing on being a surf guy. And I was. I was focusing on being a surf guy and then focusing on being a blues guy and focusing on guys like James Burton. When Hello, Mary Lou came out, that was like someone turned the light on in the guitar room,
You must
you
have dug
know?
Carl Perkins as well, huh?
Oh, I loved all of that stuff. But of course, Eddie did his version of all that stuff. And I remember Paul McCartney saying he always liked the original opening where he said, "Well, it's a one for the money, boom, boom,
Right.
two for the show, boom, boom."
Boom, boom. Totally different from the Elvis.
Ready, go, get, and then it started. But I always liked it the other way myself. Well, it's a one for the money, two for the show.
Elvis.
I
Yeah.
like jumping right in on it, and but it's interesting. We all have our likes and dislikes and influences, and
I've done it both ways, but I've found that the Carl Perkins is more complicated. If you're jamming with guys, they screw it up. So I just do that
they
Elvis.
don't know how long to wait and don't know
Yeah.
how to follow. Most bands haven't learned how to
Ba-doom,
play
doom.
together.
Yeah.
Most bands, unfortunately, they're sitting there looking at their instrument, and the
Right.
hi hat is the focus of attention for the drummer. And the band's over here. How do you play together when your focus is the hi hat
Hmm.
and the wall is next to you?
Yeah.
And I've gone through so many bands and so many musicians in my lifetime, and I understood at some point that most bands don't understand shuffle. They know how to play a shuffle.
Sometimes shuffle
They
gets
don't
smoothed out and
understand
becomes swing, right? Shuffle becomes swing all of a
how
sudden.
much to swing a straight out eighth note thing.
Yeah.
And in some of those old records where the drummer's full swing and the band's playing straight eights, that was a happy mistake. It just happened to work that day. It was a mistake from day one when it was opposing feels like that.
A lot of those Chuck Berry records, right?
Well, yeah, some of those old Chuck Berry records, the piano player, what was his name, Johnny?
Yeah.
But
I have to look.
anyway, it was a breakthrough when I started working with musicians that understood that, understood how much that you could swing a straight eighth note thing, or how much you could rock a shuffle, straight eighths against a shuffle. But when you play it together, my bass player coined a phrase. He said it's like all our ball sacks are swinging together, you know.
Don't want them crashing into each other,
Yeah, and he said it rocks your intestines. It doesn't just feel good; it rocks your intestines. And it became a habit that when I'd be playing with my groups, the guys that really knew how to follow what I was intending, the audience would spontaneously burst into a scream. They'd be out there just dancing, swing dancing against an
Oh,
eighth note
they
song.
can feel it.
Yeah, it was. It's thrilling when you're up there on stage
Absolutely.
and you're just rocking. It's not like you're intending to cause something, but it's happening. It's being caused.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's
You
caused by
just
the intention of everybody in this groove together, the dancers, the band, the audience. And when they spontaneously combust and just let out with just a blood curdling scream, it is thrilling.
yes,
It's
absolutely.
like they can't hold it in
Yeah,
anymore.
yeah,
And until that happens to you, you don't know what I'm talking about. It's like musical orgasm,
yeah.
it's some people love music to the degree that it is their other form of oxygen. It's their form of relating to life in a way that they're totally involved and happy and enthused, and your troubles don't matter, your bills don't matter. You're in this
Absolutely.
moment,
Absolutely.
you know?
Yeah, let me say this to the audience here. Right now, for some reason, we're having some technical situations where sometimes things get out of sync. Your lips aren't with what you're saying, and also it's freezing a little. But what you're saying is so great that it doesn't matter. I want to still use it because what's important is what you're saying. So
Yeah,
we'll just let it keep going, and so everybody knows that happens sometimes with Zoom. But yeah, I just played in Liverpool about a month ago, and our mutual friend Joel, the lawyer,
yeah,
was there. But there was a band that backed me up, four guys, three of them who I had just met that day. But we just
yeah,
rocked out. We
yeah,
just
yeah.
did, just let me hear some of that rock and roll music. We did Blue Suede Shoes, and we wound up being the Elvis because that's easier. But that's also thrilling. We just get together with a bunch of guys and just
Yeah,
start playing. And we had our moments.
yeah. Well, I've toured a whole bunch over in Europe, and I can't tell you how many tours in England and Sweden and Belgium and all these places. And I noticed, I know some good musicians over here. I've worked with some of the very, very best musicians in the world over here. Um, but I must say, the piano players that I've picked up from England generally really have something. um, I've worked with some great, great guys, but the piano players I've picked up over there are just something. They're really something. And in Sweden, they've adopted that affection for the swing in straight eights like nobody I've ever seen. And it's remarkable to see how they've taken these nuances of music from America
Right.
and made it a part of their culture.
As you remember, I just saw you perform about a month or two ago, right? You were playing
Yeah,
in Long Beach. And
yeah,
wasn't that rhythm section, weren't they from Sweden?
yeah, yeah,
Those
exactly.
guys
All
rock.
of them were from Sweden. Billy's from Scotland, but he's lived in Sweden for the last 30 years.
Right.
And Billy and I, Billy Bremner, formerly of Rockpile, and we had a band in England, in Sweden, for a few years. It was called Rocket, and we did a combination of material from his career and material from my career and Eddie and all of that. Uh, and it was with a British rhythm section, and the bass player was Brian Hodgson, who had played with Albert Lee for about the last 15 years when I met him, and the drummer was Howard Tibble, who was kind of a well-known sideman over there, good drummer and great guys. And I was on tour over there. I went over there to play an Eddie Cochran festival. I remember, and after the festival, I was at the pub, just hanging out with everybody, and an English fella, approached me, and he said, I'm so amazed to find out there's another Cochran in the world. It's like an amazing musician, and I'd had quite a career at that point that lot of people wouldn't have known about. I was the lead guitarist with Steppenwolf for many years, and I mean that was a huge feather in my cap. And all the bands I played with before, gee whiz, I mean just hundreds and hundreds of musicians. And anyway, he was really wondering. He asked, "What would it take to get you over here and do some more playing? Because I'm sure people would like to know about it." And I said, "Well, it'd take a band and some gigs." And he said, "Well," he said, "I'll make a commitment right now for the next 10 years. I'll put $1,000 a year to bring you over at least once, and I will put a band together and put some gigs together for you." I said, "Okay." So the band he sends me is Albert Lee and Hogan's
Ooh,
Heroes. And
wow.
so the bass player from that band, who'd been playing with Albert 14, 15 years at that point, he heard what I did on my CD, and he said, "Fuck yeah." And then when we rehearsed, the first year he couldn't play the gigs because he was already booked, but he'd heard my CD and turned me on to some great musicians, a bass player from the Animals, Brian Argent, Rod Argent on
Oh,
keyboards. Talk about keyboard players.
geez.
Um,
The Zombies and Argent.
yeah, and he was one of my all-time idols on keyboards. When I was a kid and that Zombies record was out, if you could play that solo, you got the gig because
Oh,
nobody
man.
could play that solo right,
Way ahead of his time. Yeah.
Yeah. And anyway, I remember we did that first tour and it went really well. And he brought me for another tour. And this time the bass player was available and he'd heard and rehearsed and all that. And when we came off stage after our first concert, he was just shaking his head like somebody had hit him with a sledgehammer, and he was still seeing stars. He said, "Where the fuck have you been hiding?" He says, "My God." He said, I heard all the stuff and rehearsed, but what you do on stage, it was like a revelation to me. He said, "I've been playing with Albert all these years, and you're the first guy I've ever run into that could just light up dynamite all the time, and would you be interested in touring over here?" And he said, I do a lot of Albert's booking. He said, I book up about 6 months out of the year because that's when he's available. The rest of the time he's out with the Everly Brothers and different acts like that. And he was also doing Bill Wyman's group. He said, "I got about 6 months out of the year that I could book us solid all over Europe." And so he started plugging me into gigs that Albert wasn't available for. And suddenly I'd be headlining a guitar festival based on his word. There's 1,000 guys that play great and have more reputation than me, and I get to headline the festival because he's the guy that's booking with Albert's band.
Yeah.
It's like, what the hell? And and of course, most of my career, I didn't allow Eddie to even be in my bio. When I was on Capitol at 17, I said, "You put that in the bio, and I'm out of the band." We had a fight about it. And uh, but it's fun to turn around for me where it's something that they can advertise. I can be
Right.
proud
Sure,
about
sure.
it.
Now, do you generally, when you do your own shows, do you like, if it's your show, do you throw in a few Eddie songs?
I almost always would do
Yeah.
that.
Well, that's what
In
happens
fact,
with me now. When I do my shows, I'll always throw in a couple of my dad's, but
I'm shocked. I'm shocked that I didn't do it in my earlier career. There is no reason in the world why when I was with Steppenwolf that we couldn't have included Summertime Blues and Come On Everybody and something else as just a part of this band's heritage now because
yeah,
I'm in this
right,
band.
right.
And John, we could only do 2 or 3 nights in a row. And then we had to have a day off or John was going to lose his voice. Now, if I was taking up the slack every night, singing 3 or 4 songs, plus doing a blues instrumental, which would have knocked it out of the park, he'd have had a break every night. And we were making 20 grand a night at that point and another 20 grand or 40 grand a week at the end of a 4 week tour is a shit ton of money to divide up between the principals,
Right.
you know? And that's money that we didn't have and couldn't use because we didn't do anything else. We did some of Steppenwolf's history and some people would know it, some people wouldn't. But I'll tell you, there's probably not a person that comes to a rock and roll concert that wouldn't have loved Summertime Blues.
Oh, of course.
And the same with one of my blues tunes that have become iconic in my career. What rock and roll audience doesn't love it if a good guitar player gets up there and plays his ass off? You know, it would have gone over every night. And I regret that we didn't do all that. With the Burrito Brothers, we might have started doing a little bit of that here and there, but not so much. Um, with Bobby and the Midnites, when I was working with Bob Weir as a sideman, he let me do a blues tune in the show. And, every night I'd get reviews about that song. It would, sometimes it'd be a headline, Sideman steals the show because of one song and all my solos all night. But when somebody is good at what they do and they get to do it and they're allowed to like really do it in front of an audience that didn't expect it, the audience usually shows their appreciation. And so I'm dumbfounded sometimes when I think about like Bobby and the Midnites. It would have been a perfect band for us to have done uh, two or three Eddie songs. I always did a blues in the concerts. I'd always either do Nightlife by Willie Nelson or I Found Love by Don Preston, my former bandmate in the South, the same band that recorded for Stax when I was 19. By the way, in '69, when we went back there to Memphis to record for Stax, that's the first time I ever saw white only faucets and toilets in my life. In '69, it was unbelievable to me. And we had long hair at the time. And I remember Duck Dunn was taking us to breakfast or lunch one day. He said, "Now this is sort of a redneck place. They don't do long hairs here. So if anyone gives you any shit, just don't fight with them. They'll take you out back and string your ass up."
Wow.
Just because of long hair.
Yeah, sure.
And we have people in this country still wondering if it's racist in this country.
Right.
You bet your ass it's still racist in this country, and it sucks.
Even more outwardly lately because of certain events.
Mind-boggling to me.
Yeah.
That I couldn't have been any closer to Danny Lamont and the guys in the Midniters. Couldn't have been any closer to any of them as any of my best friends in my whole life. Danny, right up to when he died, we were talking on the phone.
You touched on so many things right there, and I wanted to just to zero in a little bit. Let's talk just a little bit
Yeah.
about, for example, when you played with the Flying Burrito Brothers. Okay, now this was, I think it was what, late 70s?
Yeah, it was 76 and 77. It
Yeah.
was midway through 76. I was still with Steppenwolf. We had just finished our new album, Skullduggery, and I wrote the title track for that. It's an interesting story I'll get into for just a minute. We had a several album deal with Columbia. We had released Slow Flux, and it did pretty well. We got a lot of publicity launching that album because the band had reformed. We got new management, new record company, a big splash, and Elton John was famous by then with his crazy outfits and that sort of I don't know what you want to call it, costume rock was the deal. All kinds of bands were just all decked out in crazy outfits, and so we spent a bunch of money getting outfits made by
Nudie?
I, no, I think it was Bill Witten, maybe
Okay.
the guy that made Elton John's outfits.
Mhm.
You could look it up. They were super expensive. I think they started off at 2,500 a piece,
Oh,
for almost nothing. And I talked to the guys. I wasn't a full member at that point in the band, but my deal with them was I'll play for a certain amount of time as a sideman. I still do all my other gigs, and you guys will be my first priority. But I'm doing other gigs, and you'll have to fit in with some of that too. And I'll make a fair amount of money, and at that point, you either want me in the band or you don't, and I'll do something else, or I'm a full member, full participating member, voting. And we did that, and I negotiated to go out and have my own outfits made instead of go to the $2,500 outfit guy.
right.
So I went out and had all custom made stuff, just loud as can be. But it wasn't that kind of stuff. It was just my kind of loud, and I wound up getting lots of hand lace leather pants, and stuff. And it was a fun time. I thought some of their outfits were a little bit crazy. We called one of John's the ant suit. He it had a breastplate and all this stuff, and you can see it on Midnight Special. So we did our second album, which was called the Night Hour of the Wolf, and for that album, we already had an album cover called Skullduggery, but it didn't fit the music. And so we said, why don't we just do a new album and we'll call it Hour of the Wolf? It was we really stretched out and did a bunch of different kind of songs. I sang harmony with John on one song called Just for Tonight. You can listen to it. I'm singing the high part, and it's the polar opposite of John's part. And anyway, I was a full member of the band at that point, and I was very involved with production. I started getting involved with the first album on production, and we had an engineer that set up the board, basically got all this stuff set up. Then you'd repatch for where you needed things to go, and I became that guy who would do the repatching and readjusting of things. And Jerry and I became essentially the producers. We'd go on and we'd mix the album. We'd do several mixes, and one to compensate for what George, the bass player, was going to want, what Goldie was going to want, and what John was going to want. We'd do like 6 mixes, and then we'd have what we thought was the mix, after all the corrections would happen. And it was a way of working. We kind of understood the dynamics in the band, and they oddly enough, on that previous album, Hour of the Wolf, they sent me to San Francisco to work with Roy Halley, who's the guy that mixed Simon and Garfunkel,
Simon.
engineered.
Yeah.
He was one of my favorite producers of all time, primarily because of Hello, Mrs. Robinson, what he
Mhm.
did with the acoustic and stuff,
Oh, wow, yeah.
the way he would ride the drums and stuff. He played that board when he was mixing, and I loved getting to go up there and work with him on that. But the album did not do well, and the band was incredibly disappointed at the promotion we got behind the album. I don't think anybody at the record company saw that as a Steppenwolf album.
Was this early 70s?
Yes, this was in 75
Okay.
probably. And the first album didn't come out till 74, even though I joined the band in late 72, because we were writing all the new material, getting ready to record all the material, and rehearsing all the new stuff, and finding new management and finding the guy that was going to set us up with the right record deal. And so we didn't do anything for that first year and plus. And we finally picked up Bobby Roberts before the Slow Flux album was released. He became our management, and they at the time were a very successful marketing company. I think they did a Paul Newman movie, something about money, Color of Money, or
Yeah, that sounds right.
um, it was a big Paul Newman movie. They were big time in the movie business, and soundtracks and stuff like that. And he came in with the kind of offer that John really wanted, and enough money up front and a big deal. So we signed to his own record label called Mums, distributed by Columbia.
Mhm.
We thought, well, Columbia's the guy you want to be with, and we're distributed by the guy, and we got RM with the record company, and so everything's groovy. Well, that didn't work out. Bobby had all kinds of other interests in the movie world, and he, in fact, interestingly enough, had the idea of teaming us up with the great comedian Carlin.
Yeah, George Carlin.
And our concept was, you go out at a rock concert and you got, some loud band opening, and then another louder band before you, and then us, an even louder band. And the way it worked is the opening band got one Super Trooper, the second band maybe got two, and then we got five, and then the rest of the light package gets turned on with us. They get half of it and a third of it for the
Mhm.
first band, so the show kind of grows visually and sonically. But by the time you go on after two acts, your ears are blown out, you know. And we thought, why do that to our audience? Let's put somebody like George Carlin that our audience would love, and then we'll come on after that with fresh audience, fresh lights, fresh everything.
Cashiers.
And we let him close the first show, but we realized that wasn't going to work
No, no.
because he was too drunk.
Well, also one person after a big band. It's a
And so we the next time we did it the other way, and it was amazing idea. I don't know why we didn't continue it, but we parted ways with Bobby Roberts, and at that point he got Columbia to take on our whole record deal, and that's when we did the second album, Hour of the Wolf. And after the lousy job we felt they did, we wanted off the label. We said, let's settle for this amount of money. We don't deliver any albums to you. We'll take half the money that we would have gotten, and you keep the other half, and you don't have all the marketing expense. We thought it was a good idea. And they said, well, no, actually, we either have a new album within 2 weeks or you're in breach of contract.
that's the deal.
Reality check, so we started looking at what tracks we had in the can. We had several tracks in the can. I had written a couple of new songs for the new album, and we had already had the album cover for the Skullduggery. We thought it's a great album cover. I went home that night and wrote a song called Skullduggery.
Good idea.
And Jerry, after I presented the song, says, "Man, you keep writing hits like that, we're going to have a string of hits." And they were really excited about the direction that was taking the band again. And um, I wish we would have continued to pursue it, but it would have taken a considerable change of attitude, especially for John, because John was used to being a top of the line star.
Speaking of John, we're talking about John Kay. What kind of guy was he, and what did you think of him?
Oh, John is a, a perfect frontman in the sense that he's got a unique voice,
Oh yeah.
recognizable from the moment he starts singing, and he's got a stage persona that's him. And John, in the old days, always used to wear sunglasses, which was
Yes.
kind of a cool factor. But it
Mhm.
wasn't about that for John. John was technically blind,
Oh,
and his vision was 2400.
holy shit.
And I put his glasses on once. I couldn't see. It was like, get these off me. It's like you can't see anything. Plus, he's light sensitive, so the lighter it gets, the more blind he gets. And so you'll notice if you're on stage with him or can see past the glasses, he sings with his eyes closed a lot, and he looks up occasionally to kind of get his bearings, but he doesn't want to be blinded by the light. And so it contributed to some of the odd dynamics in the band, because when I joined the band, they had broken up, and John had gone on a solo career, and then they reunited for a European tour, and John missed playing with the band. He missed the dynamic of all that input,
Mhm.
because Jerry Edmonton, the drummer, was a very, very musically inspiring kind of guy. He just always had good ideas. And George was a solid bass player and could sing. Um, Goldie was a nutcase, but he really had something in his organ kind of performance,
Absolutely.
and his attitude. When he wasn't crazy, he was awesome. And
Born to Be Wild and Sookie Sookie. I love those records. We used to play
Rock
that
Me
back then.
Baby. Oh yeah, there are so many cool tunes from that era. Magic Carpet Ride.
Oh
I
God,
still
yeah.
do Magic Carpet and Born to Be Wild, not in that order. In almost all of my shows, I'll as one of the encores do Born to Be Wild, and then while they're still applauding and we're ending Born to Be Wild, they go rum dum dum dum
I
dum
love
rum dum
Magic Carpet
dum
Ride.
bum bum, and it's just such a magnificent feel, and the audience is already with you, and it's so simple yet it's got a certain its own complexities,
Mhm.
and I realize that once I'm teaching it to new guys that haven't played it. The subtleties are very subtle but very important, and those songs they're probably destined to be rock icons for the next century or
Oh, yeah,
two,
no
uh,
doubt.
much as Summertime Blues was.
Mhm.
And I mean, they still play that song on a regular basis during the summer, and bands still seem to cover that stuff. They just recovered GMC covered Magic Carpet from one of their big ad promos. And anyway, back to the leading up to the Flying Burrito Brother thing. Uh, we were told we had 2 weeks to deliver our next album, and we hadn't started. But we had an album cover in the can. That takes a day, you know. That's at least a day to do that. And we had 3 or 4 songs in the can already recorded, just didn't have room on the albums for them. I had already written a couple of tunes, and I went home and wrote Skullduggery. And John had some more ideas. We put all these things together. I recorded for 36 hours straight. We
Wow.
had all our basics, and then for 36 hours straight, I was the only person in the studio. And I did all my punch ins with my feet. I laid all the guitar tracks, all the vocal tracks, harmonies, rhythm guitars, lead guitars, everything that I could do. And I went home to go to bed. I came back and John was vacuuming the studio. He's meticulous about keeping clutter out of the way because he can't see, and it
Mhm.
keeps the lights super low so you can't see either.
Mhm.
He's vacuuming up the studio as I come in the studio, and I notice the 16 track is on record, and all these tracks are red,
Oh,
and they're the
no.
tracks I just recorded all my stuff on.
Don't tell me they were erased.
I stopped the machine. I said, John, what are you doing? He said, I'm clearing tracks for my vocals. I said, I haven't mixed down all my guitar tracks or all my vocal tracks. I haven't mixed any of that down. And he looks at me horrified, like he had just ate a bucket of shit. And he had erased all that work.
No
Three
fucking way.
3 days and
Uh,
nights worth of work. And we still
uh,
got a 2 week deadline. But luckily, in the process of doing all that, I had already figured out conceptually what I was going to do in every song. And I remembered most of it. Uh, the performance, in my opinion, isn't as good as what I had, but it was good enough to be on the record. And so I came back in and I spent however many hours it was redoing all the stuff.
yeah.
And I wiped all the tracks and recorded all of John's vocals. We went in and on Skullduggery, if you ever listen to that track, it starts off with double kick drums, on a drum figure. And it's just a rocking ass track. But Jerry can't play double kick drums. So we recorded it with single kick drum. And then we hung his bass drum up in the drum booth and he played it with mallets. So that's how we achieved the double kick drum thing.
Mhm.
And it sounds like he would have been doing it with his feet. Um, I never got to play that song live with the band. We never went on tour after we had recorded that. And later we every few years we do something called Wolf Fest where they'd invite fans from all over the world. There'd be 300 or 400 people would show up for a week of Wolf Fest, and all of us old legacy members would come in and do our part of the show, kind of, And so I got to do that song with my own drummer and with one of Steppenwolf's bass players. We did it as a trio.
Mhm.
But my guy plays double kicks, and it rocks its ass off. I'm telling you. And but anyway, we had finished all that. We knew we weren't going to stay with Columbia anymore. We were going to search for a new record company, and we just had to wait for a settlement from the company because we delivered the album. Now, where's the money? Because we're going to do a settlement. We're not delivering another album to you. And while I was waiting for that, I got a call from the Burrito Brothers from Sneaky, I think. And I was later when I was doing my book in '03, I think, is when I wrote my book about Eddie. I was able to go into my file cabinet and I found the phone bill from the day I started talking to Sneaky. So I knew what month it was that he
Mhm.
called. And that's weird enough, that was like 20 years later, 30 years later, whatever it was. And I'm pulling up the old phone bill because I had it. And anyway, I was interested at that point in pursuing a solo career. I'd been a singer and a writer and lead guitarist for decades, and kind of wanted to do my own thing. And they needed somebody for 2 weeks. The guitarist had just left and singer, and boy, it felt like a hand in glove. And they said, "Yeah, let's do it." So immediately, once we started learning their material, they wanted to hear my material too, and include some of my original stuff in the set. And we did that. And over the course of the next few weeks, they're saying, "Listen, I know we hired you only for 2 weeks, but we like what we're doing with you. And you're already fronting the band. It's like your own solo band practically for 60% of the show."
Now, the music you were bringing in, was it all country rock?
You could go back and um, one of the songs I had at the time is on the Steppenwolf album called Life is a Gamble. And you can listen to that. It fit right in with a steel guitar and all. It's a country rock vibe if you do the right instrumentation.
Country fight it.
Yeah. And so we were doing that. There were a bunch of songs. You wouldn't have copies of some of those songs, but slow songs. And um, there's later an album called Sierra. We changed our name from the Flying Burrito Brothers to Sierra, wanting to break away from the negative aspects of the Burrito Brothers.
What were the negative aspects?
Well, basically the way Sneaky felt about all those years of the Flying Burrito Brothers were tragic to him. Many of them. The early days with his name is eluding me, Graham.
Graham Parsons.
Yeah, Graham was a problem child,
Oh, yeah.
and he was extremely gifted in the empathy department. Emoting, being able to emote, especially in some of those songs he did with the Burritos, were so emotive as a singer, and you really got his vulnerability when he was singing, and I think that's what attracted the world to him, was his ability to emote these songs and his interest in rockifying country. And but the fact that he was strung out on drugs was a problem. And the fact that he had a trust fund he could live off of was a problem,
Right.
because the whole band was a bunch of poor guys.
Yeah.
And so back in those days, Sneaky had already gotten involved with a stop motion animation. You remember the Gumby cartoons?
Oh, yeah.
He used to animate all that.
Wow.
All that stop motion animation, the Land of the Lost with all the dinosaurs and stuff. He did all that stop motion animation in Star Wars, The Empire Strikes Back, in the Terminator, all that stuff, stop motion stuff. Sneaky was one of the top in that industry.
I didn't know that. Wow.
No, most people don't. And he would take his time off and go do a project. And he also had a love affair going up in San Francisco with an Asian woman. He had lost his mind. She was all he could think about. He had bought a brand new Civic, and he put 90,000 miles on a Honda Civic.
Going back and forth. Women can provide that inspiration to do things like that.
But you figure about 500 miles each way, and doing that in a day.
Yeah. Crazy.
In 90 days, you got 90,000 miles. So over a year, he had put 90,000 miles on this car. But anyway, by this time, I'm in the Burritos. I'm singing about 60% of the material. I was always a country rock guy. I was totally into Poco. My first songs when I was growing up were old folk songs like "I Don't Want Your Greenback Dollars," stuff like that. Kind of like the trio,
Kingston Trio.
Kingston Trio.
Kingston Trio.
Yeah, and bands like that, and of course Eddie. Eddie's early career was kind of country, and they were doing some rockabilly stuff, but it was country artists they were hanging with. I was growing up in Bell Gardens in the early days, and then in Cudahy once I was playing. I started off in Buena Park when I was 12 and a half, but we immediately lost our place, and wound up focusing on Cudahy, which was kind of a country music
Right.
stronghold. And my early performance, one of them was on a Squeak and Deacon show I don't know if you remember that. It was a
Oh,
live broadcast on Sundays, I think, and we came on and did a surf set as a trio. Danny Lamont, me, and Richard Lopez, I think, was the guitar player. But anyway, I was totally into Buck Owens when I was signed to Capitol in when I was 17. I'm up there with the producer in the big, the Capitol Records building. He
mhm.
says, "Hey, aren't you a fan of Buck Owens?" I said, "Yeah." He says, "He's recording down in Studio A. Go on down and introduce yourself. Tell him I said it was cool." So I went down there, and I'm about 20 feet from the door, and there's Linda Ronstadt peeking through the door. She didn't know him either, but loved it. And so I didn't get to meet her, but I got to say hi. She was all in a little summer dress, and I went in and met Buck Owens and Don Rich and all the guys.
Wow.
I
Hmm.
was a huge Don Rich fan and Glenn
Okay.
Campbell fan, and so I was already into that style of music. And James Burton was one of my top icons. Uh, James Burton is one of the ultimate country uh, legends, so to speak, for guiding us towards that style of using the playing in the key of A, playing basically in an F minor. And
Right.
he was the icon for that for practically every guitar player I know. And and of course, Glenn Campbell is a studio guy and a guitarist. He was managed by my uncle's manager.
Hmm.
So I found out about Glenn Campbell when I was 12 and a half.
Wow.
And I was invited to a Jack and Shannon session where he was playing lead guitar and they were playing live solos that day. What a way to grow up.
Hell of a guitar player. Yeah, I got to
Oh,
meet Buck Owens back in '69. I was doing an album with my producer's guy named Tommy Coe, and I think he had played with Buck for a little while, but he knew him, and he showed up at our session. And I got to meet him, and I was thrilled. I mean, I was only about
oh yeah.
19 years old. He was real nice.
Don Rich was a lovely guy. He didn't have a whole lot of chops, but he had the sound and he had the ideas, simple ideas for iconic riffs. And um, I'd learned to how to play a lot of hot licks from listening to Eddie and learning how he did some of this fancy stuff. Um, but I learned a lot about other stuff from BB King. The soulfulness of a note. And I one of my iconic moments was I was 16 and I don't know where I went to meet him, but I went to see BB King live and I wound up backstage with BB King and Mike Bloomfield and
Wow.
me, just the
Wow.
three of us in a dark little room talking about our vibrato because that's what I was working on at the time. And they had an iconic, different kind of vibrato. And I love both of their playing. By then I was way into the blues and way into country and I've been doing 6 days on the road and act naturally since the Beatles, you know.
Yeah.
But I learned it from Buck Owens. I just like, wow, the Beatles did that, I already did it, and Together Again and songs like that, and so it was a perfect fit with me and the Burritos. I was a little more rockified country than countrified rock, and I have an exuberance in my playing that comes out live, and they decided they wanted to go in that direction that I was going, and so I stayed with the band for however long it was. It was close to a year and a half, and it was a bad idea changing the name because
Yes,
suddenly
of course.
you're an album by a band with no name,
That's right.
uh, on Mercury Records,
And who's going to see you live when they don't know who you are?
yeah, and we went from filling up venues to playing the not so full venues
Right, right.
because it takes a long time sometimes to get the word out
Of
unless you have a
course.
hit on the charts. And it was a terrible idea. And all the legacy problems they were having with the burrito name came from stuff that happens in a lot of bands,
Yeah.
you know.
When you were mentioning the negatives of the Burrito Brothers, like they had a reputation aside from, like you mentioned, Graham Parsons was into heavy drugs and all that, but they were known to drink a lot and maybe play not being too sober.
Oh my God, the first time I heard him in 68. I happened to be at my friend's music store, who was one of my great guardian angels, and I didn't know it. Um, I had met him when I was 15. I was looking for a 6120, an old one, And I got to his house and it was too new. But a nice guitar and a great music guy. And I played for him and he fell in love with my playing that day. For the rest of my life, he was my guardian angel, whispering, "You got to hear this guy," to all these guys that were signed and touring. And that's how I wound up in Steppenwolf.
Yeah.
He was turning me on to another band that was signed on Warner Brothers and being produced by Chuck Negron. Um, the way I got into the Knack, not the My Sharona Knack, but in '67, I was with a band called the Knack on Capitol Records, touted as the next Beatles. I co-wrote the second single, didn't get writing credits on it because the guy was a scoundrel, but I quit after a few months and joined a band that called me up and wound up with a band that was called Cotton Candy. They had changed their name to the South, but they evolved out of the Southern California music scene of all these bands that were playing clubs. Most of them were just garage bands that had a couple of good players in them. And then this band called the Sundowners came out from New York, and they had echo on the vocals. They did medleys. They played all these instruments. They all sang great harmonies. Of course, it's after the Beatles, and they changed the bar of what good music was in Southern California. So all these good bands, the best two guys would leave the band and join the other two guys and another third guy and form like little super groups all over Southern California, Orange County. And my band became Cotton Candy, and then they changed their name to the South, and that's when I joined the band. And it was a couple of the guys from Shin Dogs
I
from
remember them, yeah.
Shindig, and of course Delaney Bramlett was in the group, in the crowd around the band. Leon Russell was we were always at Leon's house back in those days. Don was a very plugged in player and doing lots of sessions, and I'd been doing sessions since I was 14 at my dad's studio. So I was from then on doing session work. When my dad's studio closed down, enough people knew me and heard me, and they'd call me in, and I was doing sessions. And this was a band of some of the super guys out of Orange County. And Don Preston went on to be in Mad Dogs and Englishmen,
Right.
a big, tall, blonde guitar player.
Mm-hmm.
And he and I are still dear friends. The bass player and I are still dear friends. A drummer died, but those are the days when I got to play with Nicky Hopkins, and of course
Yeah.
Leon Russell and um, uh, God, the guy who played with Bread, Larry Neckdell.
Oh,
I walked in on a session when I was 19, right after I left the South, and it's Ron Tutt on drums, the bass player from Elvis's band.
think of it.
His name is eluding me. Larry Neckdell on piano, and Dean Parks on guitar.
Oh, wow.
I walked in on this session, and I said, "So I guess they want you to do the solo." Producer interrupts me. "No, we hired you to do the solo. Dean's going to play rhythm on this date." And so here I am. I can't think of the bass player's name. He's got a son that joined Chicago. Great bass player and singer. Um, I'm confused.
It wasn't Joe Osborne, right?
No, it wasn't Joe. He was on the session that I got to go see Jackie with Glenn Campbell, and that was the whole Wrecking Crew was on that session. Um, but I must say, during that era of my life, I was playing with the best musicians in town. It didn't get much better than Don and Casey and Bob for what we did, and you could tell because Stax was recording us, and they didn't fly people out from California if they weren't good, and it, I did a lot of sessions with Keltner and Carl Radel and people like that, during that era. But I was always on the verge of starting my own thing, because I was a lead singer since I was a kid, and I'd become a songwriter, and my songs were getting picked as the singles. Every band I was in, they were picked as the singles. Whether they made it or not's another thing, but it says that at least they got people with an ear to want to throw some money at them, And when I was with the Burritos, we were burning it down every night. It was Jesus criminy. And Sneaky and I were just going at it, you
What a
know.
great player.
He was so original.
Yeah. Like I mentioned to you, and I sent you those tracks, right? That I had the pleasure of having sneak in a couple of my records in 72. And basically what happened is we had this record deal, and I just told my manager, can you get me Sneaky Pete, And he called and he delivered him, he shows
Yeah,
up
he
and
was probably writing the union book. You just open the page to, you
yeah.
know, they
So,
used to make you put your social security number in there, and
right.
if you got hold of that book, you had everybody's social security number, their address. It
Yeah.
was
Same,
crazy.
same thing happened the
I
next year when I was with A&M. I asked my producer, Joe Wissert, can you get me Johnny Hartford? And he got John Hartford to come in and play banjo and fiddle. It was incredible.
Amazing,
But
huh?
anyway, but Sneaky came in and he just would listen to the song once and then just kill. You heard those solos.
Lovely guy too.
Yeah.
He was just fun to be around.
Yeah.
He always had a stupid joke. Just you'd laugh, but it was a stupid joke. One of them I still remember. He said, "We were hungry in Russia, Soviet,"
Oh, but she's it's a mad punster. Yeah.
and another one, "Time flies like the wind, and fruit flies like bananas."
Wow. Pretty far out, pretty far out.
They were just stupid, endless stupid
Yeah.
jokes. But
But
what a
anyway,
lovely guy! And
so,
I started to tell you, I was at the music store with the owner, who became my guardian angel. He said, "Hey, I got to deliver to Whiskey a bunch of gear. I hear they're like one of the best bands around. You want to come?" "Oh, yeah, come on." I went there and went in, and they were rehearsing. I was mortified. They were so fucking drunk and fucked up and terrible.
again
They
with the
could
Burrito
not play.
Brothers.
Yeah, they could
During
not play
the
together.
yeah,
They
that,
could
that was
not play together.
happening all over the place. And
And then later, when I was with the band, Sneaky would tell all these stories. He said we were at the Whiskey auditioning for the record companies. It was before their record deal, so it's like '68 probably. Could have been that night. He said the bass player was so drunk that the roadie was standing behind the curtain, through the curtain, holding onto his T-shirt
it
to
wouldn't
keep him
fall.
standing up. And the bass player kept elbowing, "Let go of me, let go." So he did, and he collapsed face down on stage. The roadie came out and finished the show off. They got him off stage and played bass with the band for the finish, and they got signed to A&M. You know, they were one of the worst sounding bands I'd ever heard that night, because that's how it was. They were just stoned or drunk or something, and they could not play together. One night, we've been playing a long time together, and Sneaky's he always used a Space Echo for his chorusing and stuff. It was one of those Boss chorus units, and it was a part of his sound. There was a certain amount of delay in it and chorusing, and one night it went out. It didn't work, and all he had was a steel, and he hadn't been playing like that for years, you know, for years. Back when you were playing with him in '72, I didn't hear the chorus and the echo on any of his stuff, so he was playing straight steel. It sounded like.
Right.
And you probably had a little compression on him. You might have had some ambience, but I didn't hear it. It just sounded like straight steel. Much different than when he was playing with us in the band during that era, when I was in the band. And it was horrifying because he had to suddenly play different, because you didn't have the chorusing to offset some of the tuning
Yeah.
subtleties. And back then, he wasn't an expert in tuning the steel. He didn't get good at that till I was later in life. We had a band together called Burrito Deluxe. And during that era, I got a tuner from Peterson for him, and it'll memorize all your offsets and shit. And we finally got a tuning set up for him that made his steel sound in tune. It when if you tune a guitar, if you tune a piano to a guitar tuner, it will sound horrible, because a piano, the tuning is, the out of tuneness is spread out over the whole range of the piano.
Right.
It's a little bit out of tune everywhere.
Yeah.
So everything sounds mostly in tune. But if you tune everything in tune to one note, to one key, it'll be horrible in every other key.
Right.
Have you ever seen these fan fret guitars where the frets are fanned?
No, I haven't seen that.
Yeah, well, that's been a thing for a long time. When I was in Sweden, a manufacturer came to me and he said, "I want you to listen to this." He said, "This guitar's, the frets are an intonator for the key of G." Every fret was like, they were all different, every fret. And it sounded great in the key of G. Couldn't play in the key of A on that guitar.
Oh, geez.
And it had another neck in tuned to the key of A. Now all the frets are different for that key. It was a remarkable learning curve. What I went through discovering Buzzy Featon. Are you familiar with the Buzzy Featon tuning system?
No, I've heard of it.
Well, I was at the show with Skunk Baxter and I were cruising the show. He said, "Oh man, you got to hear this." You know, he introduced me to Buzzy, and Buzzy, we're the three of us are talking. He says, "Go check out my guitar over there. It's got my system on it." You know, so I played his acoustic guitar. I think it was a Guild, and I was there for like a half hour playing this acoustic guitar and just puzzling over how good it sounded. You know, how in tune it sounded, because if you play guitar much, you're going to notice that it's out of tune in a lot of
Right.
places.
So is this like an electronic device that kind of
No,
smooths
no
out? How does it work?
compensation on the nut. What
Okay.
what it is he chops off about a 30,000th of an inch of the off the nut, moves the nut closer to the next fret. So now the guitar is going to play sharp to everything, right? Now you re-intonate the guitar to these offsets, certain amount sharp, certain amount flat, whatever it is. That's what he was able to patent with all the offsets.
Excellent. Well, I don't know if you have ever seen the video. James Taylor has a video on YouTube where he has his own system. When he tunes electronically, this note has to be a little flat. This one has to be a little sharp.
Well,
But
that's
little
like the Buzzy
tiny.
Featon
Yeah,
system.
same
Very,
idea.
very much like that. And now I play a guitar. I'll show it to you. I'll put it on camera. Hold on for just a second.
Right.
This is called an Irvana nut.
Oh, okay. I see it. Yeah.
And you see that nut is
Oh, yeah. The
compensated.
notches are different.
Yeah. So what you do is now that the intonation is completely different from normal because certain strings are farther away from where the nut would be or closer to the fret.
Right.
I was at the show with Buzzy Featon and Jeff Baxter, and Buzzy had me play that guitar, and I was so amazed at how good it sounded. And NAMM is a horrible place to hear anything,
Yeah.
but I was so immersed in this feeling that I had from playing this guitar that played in tune. It was remarkable to me.
Mhm.
And I talked to him. He said, "Well, that's my system. You know, I've patented this system." And he had classes for it. And I went and I took the classes. They gave that course to me. And in that class, I did the tuning system to my then acoustic guitar. And that's part of the classes. You actually do it to a guitar. And it was amazing. It was just amazing. And then a couple of years later, I was at the NAMM show and I met this guy. He was introduced to me by one of the artist relations guys, and he has this idea. You know, I want to know what you think of it. So he had me play these guitars, and they played pretty in tune. It had this nut in it. It's called an Irvana, like Nirvana,
Mhm.
Irvana. And what he did was he just realized that this scale length needs these nut positions, and the Fender scale length, which is a little longer, needs these nut positions. And
Wow.
if you're using steel strings versus, electric versus acoustic, if you're using unwound string, it needs a different position than a wound string.
Wow.
And so he gave me a couple of the nuts, and I went home and put one on and re-intonated, and it was like, holy fuck. With this one, you don't have to alter your guitar. You just put a new nut in.
Wow.
And so whatever scale length, you tell him what strings you have, and you can just order the right nut for your setup. He even for a while made them with the Kaler lockdown systems. So you could reintonate a Floyd Rose or Kaler tremolo bridge. It's remarkable to have a guitar that plays more like a piano all across the whole fretboard,
Mhm.
as opposed to being a little bit out with a piano the way it is. I talked to a piano tuner once. He said, "We have 13 different temperaments we use. And depending on what you like, uh, uh, aside from how hard we make the hammers for what kind of music you're playing, like some music you might want a more muffled sound, like a Rhodes would. But then when the DX7 came out, all the bright Rhodes sounds started coming out, you know?
Mhm.
Well, you do the same thing with an acoustic piano. You go into a piano store and you play all the different pianos before the hammers have been treated. They've all got different tones, and they can change it depending on what you need. They can poke stuff in the hammers to soften them up, or they can spray them with stuff to harden them up. And if you want a real live rock and roll piano, you want that live hard sound, And there's so much to learn that we don't know about. After all these years that you've been playing, you don't know about what Buzzy Featon system is, but it's real. And once you play this stuff, you go, holy shit, this is life changing. How many bands are still out there playing out of tune? And now with records being more in tune because of auto tune.
Yeah, right. That makes me feel very proud because when I listen to my records from the early 70s, we're in tune and we didn't even have electronic tuners. We
No,
were
I
just tuned
use
to
a
the
tuning fork.
piano. The Beatles were pretty much in tune, most, great. You could still be in tune, but you had to do it with your own ears. And
Yeah, and being able to tune by ear is a lost art for a
yeah,
lot of guys
yeah,
that have come up since tuners.
right.
My first lesson, when I used to give a lot of lessons, I'd require them to take 10 lessons, commit to 10 lessons, because I know the first one you're going to want to quit, because the first one was about tuning. I'd let them tune the guitar and they would never get it in tune in a whole hour.
Hmm.
They could get it close,
Yeah.
but not right,
And we had no auto tune. I mean, when you heard a record, it was us actually playing and singing and real. I love
I
that.
remember when Auto Tune first came out, the first booth when they were demoing it, it was a rack mount effect. I saw it and I thought, Jesus, I'm not interested in it for myself, but do I know a lot of sales guys that are going to make a fortune off this
Oh
one?
yeah. I don't know if you've seen this. There's a guy on YouTube. He calls himself Phil, Fil, Wings of Pegasus, and he's been exposing all these people that are singing with auto-tune
Oh,
live. And people,
man.
Celine Dion, almost everybody is using live auto-tune. Michael Bublé, and once in a while it glitches, so it goes
Yeah.
into the wrong note.
Oh,
Why
yeah.
can't they just sing live like the good old
Oh.
days and be a human being? And if you're a little flat, so what?
Well, a lot of boards are having it built in now.
Yeah, it's
And, thankfully, I know that when we tour, we don't use it. And everybody uses a tuner. Not everybody uses a tuner that's as accurate as some other tuners. A Peterson is like 10 times as accurate as most Korgs and stuff like that. Um, However, if you're in tune on a Korg, you're probably in tune enough, you know. But when you've got when the tuning range is this big, it's different than when the tuning range is this big. This far out of tune still,
right.
on
Right.
each
Well,
string.
the other sad thing that's going on right now is that people are lip syncing.
Oh,
They're
I know,
they're lip syncing.
I
They're
know.
playing to tracks. They're playing to a track, and I just saw Frankie Valli recently, like 2 weeks ago.
Oh,
He's
wow.
90, and his vocals sound like a young man. It turns out that he's been lip syncing for like 15 years.
I did a gig with Brian Wilson. This was when he was first coming back after he was hidden from the public by the psychiatrist guy. The psychiatrist guy was still part of his team, but Brian was lucid a lot of times, and he was brilliant when he was lucid, and sometimes he wasn't. And we were trying to rehearse. We had a great drummer, Chet McCracken, who had played with off and on for years, was with the Doobies, and it was a really good band, and it wasn't coming out so good. And so Brian hired a keyboard player. He came in with literally, it looked like an 8 foot high rack of synths, and he could hold one note, and it was all the Beach Boys parts on that song.
Mhm.
And that's how they did the gig. I later recorded a commercial with Al Jardine. They originally approached me with writing a song similar to Catch a Wave, but different enough so we wouldn't get sued. So I did that, and they loved it. And then suddenly he decided he got the rights to Catch a Wave. So we loved what you did so much. Could you just do Catch a Wave for us instead of us playing it again? And I said, sure. So I charged him for that and went up to Sacramento to mix the whole thing. And the Beach Boys came in and just sang it asses off. They had 12 different cities, whatever two girls were, whatever the song hook was, Catch a Wave and you go sitting on top of the world. They just nailed it. in city after city after city after city. And there were four guys, I remember. I think that one of the side guys that was in the band. But later Brian Wilson's driving around Sacramento and he hears this commercial for these theme parks using his song, which he never licensed.
Mm.
So they made him take it off the air, sued him, and all that work was for nothing. I still got paid, but it was heartbreaking that they wound up in that mess. Um, but to hear the Beach Boys, I mean, they knew how to sing, you know.
And they weren't using auto tune.
No, auto tune didn't exist
I didn't.
back in those days. Um, when it came out, I knew it was going to be a career changer for a lot of people. And now you hear it used as a tool, even for people that do know how to sing, to make those note jumps,
Right.
uh, make them mechanical like that. Um, but if it's done in a way to just correct a little minor problems,
I've used it in recent sessions where like a note here, a note there I'll
that's a
fix,
different
but
that's
I
a
won't
different.
auto tune the whole thing, you know.
I produced an act one time and they were really good, but she sang flat for a month, for a fucking month of studio time, my time, trying to get her to sing in tune. And it was just these certain bridges or whatever they were, but they were just unacceptable, you know, made your skin crawl. And had I had autotune, we could have fixed it in the
Yeah, yeah.
first day, you know, and you wouldn't have known it unless you were familiar with
Right.
the artifacts,
Yeah.
you know, and
I just did a session. It's kind of a doo-wop song, and there was this doo-wop background guys doing shoot doo and they were flat. You know, they were kind of
oh
old
man,
guys. So we had to auto-tune because it was
yeah, there's no
unusable.
way around it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Or you're going to have an unusable project.
yeah,
And you know, so it's a fantastic tool. I'm glad that, and Melodyne too. I was shocked when I watched the Melodyne demo at NAMM, and they could go in on a guitar that's already laid down and tune the G string, make it from a major to a minor. I'm amazed on my new Studio One program, the things we can do. You can go in and put a stereo track down, and it pull out every track and do a pretty good job of removing the keyboards, the vocals,
yeah,
the
yeah.
drums, the guitar. You can retune stuff. It's mind-boggling. You know, I tuned down to D instead of E now. Uh, and I started doing it because I was doing a lot of thumb pick style, you know, Chet Atkins kind of stuff, and it just sounds big when it's got that low note. And I use something called the PV Cosmos, that's a rack effect that produces, it's like an audio exciter, but
Mhm.
it also produces an octave below your low notes.
Wow.
So all the high notes stay clear, but the low notes have an octave below that you can dial in how much you want. So it sounds like I got a bass on the low note too. It's remarkable what these tools can do for
Yeah,
us. However, it's disappointing when you find out the guy can't play, you know, or the people can't sing.
right.
The
And then they go live and they're cheating live too. I mean, I just want to go out
oh
there and play as a human being and period, you know.
Well, it's
About
it's remarkable. It's remarkable the difference between those who can and those who can't.
yeah, there's some who
And
can't.
what it's done for a lot of us is muddied the water for a lot of professionals. There are a lot of people trying to be discovered
Right.
that are not very good. You
You know,
know.
the other thing is, you know, people in our day, I mean, when I first started recording, it was two track. So you
Yeah.
had to, the whole band had to be right. One guy screwed up, you had to do it again. And, you know,
Yeah.
often the singer was singing too. Uh, but, and then went to four track, eight track, 16. I saw an interview with, I think it was Billie Eilish, and apparently they used like 80 lead vocal tracks. And they,
Yeah.
out of that 80, they put together one perfect, you know,
Yeah.
we
Well,
couldn't do that.
in the old days, like when Eddie was recording, you know, they had mono machines, they had stereo machines, and they had a 3 track, and then they had a 4 track. And what they used to do in the old days was you'd record on 4 track, then you'd bounce over to
Right.
another 4 track.
Well, Sergeant Pepper was on four track. They did a lot of
Yeah,
bouncing.
yeah, and you can do a great job, especially with that wide track format. It's still a lot of signal to noise, and then Leon had I think it was a 32 track, you know, on 2 inch tape. I mean, they've divided those tracks up into this little tiny space. Bob Weir, I think, had a 32 track. when we did the second Bobby and the Midnites album. I had a 16 track. The Masters were on 24. Skunk had an 8 track, and I filled up a whole bunch of machines worth of stuff to pick from, and they wound up using about 80% of what I recorded on my studio on my 16 track, all the lead guitars, vocals, solos, and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
I asked him for co-production credits. He wouldn't do that. He said, "Well, I'll give you engineering credits."
Oh,
And
great. There's something to be said about the old days, like in the 50s when Elvis recorded Heartbreak Hotel or whatever. That was one take, playing and singing. I mean, they might take it
made
several
a
takes, but it's
decision.
one performance. There's no overdubs.
Yeah,
There's nothing. Same with my
you
dad. He
you
would just
made you made a
one and
decision based on all of it,
yeah,
and you lived with it.
yeah. Yeah, they were exciting because everybody was playing at the same time. You can only get
Yeah,
that when
it's
everybody's
it's
playing at the same
different when
time.
you have that synergy.
Yeah,
When it's one personality programming the drums, playing the bass, doing the piano,
layering everything.
telling the piano player what to play. It's different than having the nuance of everyone's personality meshing together until it comes whole.
That's like people like Bob Dylan and Neil Young. They'll just do one take and they'll leave the mistakes in it or out of tune just to get that excitement.
Sometimes mistakes you learn to live with them, and they become cherished.
Yeah, absolutely.
I remember I was doing sessions with Sneaky. Um, Outside of the burrito thing, we did a lot of recording, and he had some solo steel guitar albums, and I was in there recording one day. We had done 5 or 6 tracks. I did solos on them, and then they said, "Oh, what about this tune?" And they pulled it out, and Albert Lee had already played the last track available on it, and he played the guitar solo. So the decision was whether to wipe Albert's solo and lose it forever
Hmm.
and see what I could do or not. And they wound up doing it. They didn't realize at that point, I didn't realize we could have dumped that off onto a 2 track
Yeah.
and had the solo still live on a 2 track. And then we could spin it back in and line it up later if we had to. But they wound up keeping my solo and being glad that we did it. But you remember those moments where it's an iconic decision,
Yeah.
some great respect and
You got
and
to dump this. I mean, or like George Harrison on something. There was no tracks. There was one track left, so he had to do his solo at the same time as the string section. And that great solo that's on there
oh
was
wow,
was one take with the string
that's a
section.
lot of pressure, man.
Yeah.
That's a lot of pressure. When you got a big string section and you stop and there's 30 guys on salary
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
for every minute,
Exactly. And that was a
and
fantastic solo.
yeah, it's an amazing thing to be in this thing called music and to live with a thing from the moment you have an idea until it's actually produced. There's all this wanting to go back to vinyl that people are doing and spending a lot of money for these things. But I did a lot of vinyl records and I was always involved in production. Uh, and there is not one vinyl record that I was ever involved with that we went from the studio into the mastering lab with Doug Oates. Doug I named someone else.
Yeah,
He's iconic. They built a mastering lab.
yeah, yeah. I know who you're talking.
Every single album I ever went into the mastering lab didn't sound as good as it sounded in the studio.
Right.
Every single one of them. And every single CD that I've had mastered after coming from my studio into the lab sounded exactly like what I was hearing in the studio. So tell me how this is so much better when I experienced it firsthand being so much worse every fucking time,
Wow.
you
That's
know? And that's not to mention the amount of vinyl noise depending on the quality of the vinyl and how many times it had been played. I used to wear the grooves out on records, dropping it down on the solo, trying to learn Bourrée by Chet Atkins, and learn 2 parts at once. It just gets worse and
yeah.
worse and worse. I remember my studio was in a front bedroom in my house, so I had a hallway and then the front room, and in the back of the front room by the patio door, I had Voice of the Theater sung from the ceilings. Not everybody has that quality of sound system at their house, but that's what I had at my house. And I could turn it up so loud that the needle would feed back on the speakers on
Uh,
Stevie Wonder's Talking Book or one of those tracks, tell me something good.
Mhm.
You want that big dynamic range. Boy, the vinyl's just rumbling when it's turned up that loud.
Amazing.
It's gone a long way, man.
I know, I know. So tell me about your time with Bob Weir and Bobby and the Midnites, and when was that and how did it happen?
Started off, I was with the Burrito Brothers. Well, I was with the Burrito Brothers. We played New York and the East Coast all the time. We played the New York area about 30 times in that year and a half. And every time the marketing man from Ibanez would come out with a beautiful guitar or two and some effects. And the guitars were beautiful. They sounded great, but they weren't as good as the one I had. At the time I was playing, I had a Telecaster that I had made, a zebra wood Telecaster. I made it with Wayne Charvel, and it had 3 humbuckers on it, like my current pickup uh, situation. I use a humbucker on the treble pickup, humbucker on the front, the fretboard pickup, and then a humbucker butted right up to that front pickup. So all you see is 4 coils like that. And he was coming out all the time to see me and trying to get me to come on board, endorsing the guitars and effects. Well, I kept taking the effects and introducing them into my setup if I could, but the guitars never quite did it for me. And then he came out with an AD, I think it was an AD 230, which is a delay unit that Jerry Garcia and the guys from the Dead helped him design. And I fell in love. I was, if you can love a piece of equipment, I wanted to take it home. And I said, okay, what do I have to do? He said, well, let me call you back. And he calls me back, and they want to send me to the Chicago NAMM show in 77. And he said, I'm going to send you out a bunch of stuff, learn how to use it, call us if you have any questions. So they sent me just this amazing stuff, all brand new stuff that was coming out. And I went to the Chicago show to demo it. And at that show, I got to meet Billy Cobham. I probably got to meet Bob Weir. Um, um, all these guys that were on the roster, and they wanted to make me one of their top guitar player input guys. And his name was Jeff Hasselberger, the marketing guy, and he was good friends with Bob Weir. He had brought Bob on board, and he said, "Man, I think what you and Bob Weir could do together would be magnificent. Would you mind if I introduce you?" And so he did. And Bob was looking for a guitar player to follow up his Heaven Help the Fool album. And so I went and auditioned with Bob, and man, it was like a glove in a hand. It was just perfect. And Bob said, I've got 3 or 4 things you need to learn off the album. Otherwise, I want you played on the album. And so I had to learn the intro to Bombs Away. I had to learn the harmony part to Heaven Help the Fool. Whatever the specific little nuances were that were important, I'd learned. And the rest, he just let me go. However long I wanted to solo, I could solo as long as I wanted. This was the Bob Weir Fool album. He also had another album out previous to that called Ace.
Mm-hmm.
And with that album, he participated with Kingfish. Yeah, the other solo album Bob had was Kingfish. I mean Ace. Mm-hmm. And the band Kingfish was soloing, touring a lot with him when he was doing his solo stuff. And so when he did the Heaven Help the Fool album, he had a bunch of studio guys play with him.
I see.
And then he put a band together, and I was the last guy to come into the band. He had already put the band together. And I auditioned. He said, learn what you have to on these 3 or 4 songs. I'll teach you this part because we got to play harmony on it. But the rest of the album, play like you played on the album, anything you want. And you can solo, take it anywhere you want to go. And what freedom, amazing freedom. And Bob and I became very, very close during that time. And he used to take me out as his buddy on all the interviews and stuff. And like I said earlier, the one time the record company guy came and picked us up to take us on radio interviews. He got out the review from last night's concert. And the headline is Sideman Steals the Show. Mm. And it's all about me. Which was horrifying because it was embarrassing, Bob featured me in everywhere there was a solo, I was soloing, and he let me be featured featured on one song that I sang called I Found Love. And we do it just about every night. And every night it would bring the house down and get great reviews. So it was mentioned in almost every review because it was the one thing outside of the band that was being done. And there was a lot of press about that. And the radio guy said, "Oh, you're the guy they were talking about at the radio convention." They said all they were talking about was you, and I'm in the back seat, he's in the front, and I'm embarrassed. And but the marketing guy that Ibanez is the guy who introduced Bob and I to play together. And then he had this brilliant idea at the 78, or might have been the 79 trade show. I don't remember. Um, to have Billy Cobham see. Oh well, first this sent me out all over the world with Billy Cobham and Alfonso Johnson.
Wow.
So we're playing as a trio all over the world.
Jeez.
Our first gig, we're playing Frankfurt, and we've got 12 40-minute shows to do, and we've never done anything but eat dinner together. I'd never heard the music. They'd never listened to me. We stepped on stage and created music for 12 shows for 40 minutes each. And people 20 years later would still stop me and say, "That's the best music I've ever heard."
How would you do that? Just say, well, here's a groove, here's a key, go, or what would you do?
Yeah, I just start something and they'd pile on, or Al would start something and I'd pile on. It was Al and I were the musical part of it, and Billy would just start a feel and a groove, and I'd jump on it, and Al would jump on it. And all of a sudden, we'd be
Jeez.
5 minutes into it, and just playing some of the best shit we could think of, and so then Hasselberger has this brilliant idea. They had made me this beautiful guitar, and kind of to introduce that guitar and to introduce this all-star band, they put Alfonso Johnson, Billy Cobham, Bob Weir, Steve Miller, and me at the
Wow.
Cloud9 Theater.
Wow.
We had one rehearsal. We rehearsed a little bit of each other's thing, and we played a show for the first time as what was going to be the Bobby and the Midnites rhythm section. Except Steve Miller was in the band at that moment. But then for the summer show in Atlanta, he put it together again, and then Jeff sat in as an extra guitar player. And in the parking lot, as we were leaving the show, Bob said, "What would you think of if we put a band together, a real band, with Billy and Al as the rhythm section?" I said, "Fucking A." I said, I'm on tour with them all the time, doing clinic tours all over the world with Billy and Al already. I just started hammering them, and just talking it up. Man, we got to put this band together. You just don't realize what Bob is like, because you think of him as a guy from the Grateful Dead, a bunch of
Right.
druggies that
Mhm.
party and jam all the time.
Mhm.
No, Bob Weir is a deep, deep, deep harmonic guy. He's playing chords that most guys aren't going to learn after they've been playing 30 years. He's playing in versions that you haven't thought of.
Mhm.
And he's like having a horn section behind you. He's not playing the same Chuck Berry rhythm so much as hits and punches and stuff. And at first they were like, "We're really, really, you kidding?" And they started warming up to the idea, and so we got together and put the band together. And Bob liked the idea,
Who came up with the name?
Bob Weir.
It had
He
nothing
said,
to do with the Midnighters.
no,
What a
no.
coincidence.
He always just wanted to name a band that he was going to call it. It's when something can go bad, it does. You know,
Yeah, yeah. Murphy's Law kind of thing.
Wing and a Prayer was one of them.
Mhm.
Uh, uh, there was another name that we thought about, but he had this idea of Midnight the Kitty, and Bobby and the Midnites. His nickname was Bobby, and of course my main name, even though it's not on my passport that way, I've been Bobby all my life. So there was always confusion. Was the Bobby him or he? Because he's Bob, I'm
Mhm.
Bobby.
Mhm.
Listen, Bob Weir is the guy that was putting all the butts in the seats. You know,
His name.
that's who was putting all the butts in the seats. 20 might come because they know me, but
Mhm.
2,000, 20,000 will come because of him,
Right. Mhm.
And Bob was always Bobby of Bobby and the Midnites,
Mhm.
even though his idea was for him to kind of be the Mick Jagger for half of the show, and the rest of us fill up the rest of the show with our songs, but make it a band situation. And And Brent Midland was at first in the band. He was in the Bob Weir band, the Heaven Help the Fool band. And he was a great keyboard player and great singer. Brent and I were singing all the harmonies, and Brent had some issues though. He had some emotional emotional issues. That wound up in him taking his own life eventually. But
Wow.
he was in the band at first, and we were on the road or about to be on the road, and Brent decided to stay with the Grateful Dead. He didn't need Bobby and the Midnites anymore. He had the Grateful Dead. It
How long did you play with them, and did you make any? How many
was
albums did
about
you make?
6 years. It,
How
it
many
started
albums?
off
How many albums did you make?
2 albums. We
Two.
it started off with the Ibanez shows,
Hmm.
and of course Billy and Al and I playing, and Billy and Al and I playing, or Al and I playing, and Billy and I playing, and then it became Billy and Bob and Al and I for a couple of shows, and then it became Bobby and the Midnites like almost immediately because we had an act that could sell. It was Bob Weir is the headline,
Right. Hmm.
and Bobby and the Midnites, and um, I think we were out on the road, or about, I think we were in the middle of the dates, and I had my own solo band when I was away. Billy and I had talked about, we're going to have this off time because Bob's with the Dead. Why don't we put a trio together with the bass player from the band? And at the time it was Al, and then Al decided he didn't want to do it because he was uncomfortable with sort of the spontaneity of the way Weir does stuff. He wants to be able to write it in his
Hmm.
daily
Hmm.
thing. And 6 months later, we're doing that daily thing that we wrote 6 months ago. Sometimes that just doesn't work out, but that's the way it was. And so we were auditioning bass players, and we were at my studio in California. Billy always kept a set of drums and the equipment all set up to
Hmm.
rehearse. And Tim Bogert was on the list, and Tim called me, and he just hounded me to be the first guy on the audition. He hounded me.
Vanilla Fudge.
I wanted Reggie McBride to be the first guy, and I love Reggie's playing. He and I had a band with Mark Stein from Vanilla Fudge and Bruce Gary from later with the Knack. We had a great band together, and they left to play with Tommy Bolin, and I was still with the Steppenwolf at the time. But we all had this circle of players, the
Mhm.
real high end players, and so I relented and I let Tim come in and audition first. And Billy, after the audition, he said, "We don't need to call any fucking else, nobody else." It's like it's done because Tim is superb. He's a great singer,
Yeah.
great songwriter, great player, and we got him in the band after Alfonso. Um, but Tim was the wrong guy. He just musically, uh, we'd be doing Shade of Gray or something like that, a beautiful slow song with very intricate harmonics and very very intricate chord changes, and there'd be a quiet spot, and he'd jump up in the air and go come down on his knees, thumping and tapping. And I remember Bob one night on the gig, his back was straight like someone put a rod of iron through him, backed off the mic and waited for it to all stop. And then he finished coming in on the song. Well, I had been sort of going behind some of the stuff with Tim, because of the personality issues. And Ibanez sent me to Frankfurt to play with Lee Ritenour and Elvin Jones.
Wow.
And we did our first show with Elvin. It was a mismatch. Elvin just didn't fit what Lee and I were doing. And so we asked, could we do a duo and Elvin do his own thing? So he did. And Lee and I, it was like two brothers, I mean, we both played guitar
Wow.
differently, but it was a good mix
Hmm.
of my rock attitude and his jazz attitude. And it was fantastic.
Mhm.
And I spent a week with he and his wife, me and my wife, and it was just like so comfortable. It was so normal. Even though the music was super high end, it was like normal people. There was no craziness, and I came back, and I knew that I was going to have to quit the trio. Billy had stepped out of the trio because he was working with Jack Bruce, and I got brought Gregorico in, who used to be with Sly and the Family Stone,
Let's see.
and he became our drummer for the trio that was going to be the trio for opening, when Bob Weir was on the road with the Dead.
So this is actually the next day. Uh, we were doing the interview, and I had a gig to get to, so we had to stop it mid-sentence. So where you were, as you were talking about your band, at this point, your trio that Tim Bogert was in from the Vanilla Fudge formerly, and uh, and you were replacing the bass player, and what
Alfonso
happened?
Johnson.
Yeah,
Yeah, Alfonso was our original bass player. He was the guy that I was out with Ibanez touring, doing clinic tours all over the world with Al and Billy Cobham. And after the Atlanta show where we did our second Bobby and the Midnites cast, so to speak, which was Billy Cobham, Alfonso Johnson, Bob Weir from the Grateful Dead. The first one was with Steve Miller and me. And the next one was at the Frankfurt summer NAMM show in Atlanta, and it was Alfonso, Billy Cobham, Bob Weir, and me. Jeff Hasselberger set in on guitar. But after that show, Bob talked to me about what would I think about us putting a band together with Billy and Alfonso as the rhythm section. I said, I'd love it, and I'm already doing all these world clinic tours all over the place with them. So I'm playing with them a lot, and I get to talk to them about it, and kind of break the idea to them a few times. And of course, they actually went up to the idea. And when we started playing, it was just fantastic. Bob already had tons of material from his Heaven Help the Fool era, which were harmonically very sophisticated tunes. Bob does a lot of flat fives in his music, and sometimes he does odd time signatures and stuff like that. So some of that stuff was right up Billy and Al's alley. The original keyboard player, of course, was Brent Midland, who was also from the Heaven Help the Fool band. And once Brent became part of the Grateful Dead, he didn't need the money anymore from Bobby and the Midnites, and he didn't need the hassles either. And so he quit. And I said to Bob, well, I've got a great keyboard guy that sings, and he plays great sax, tenor sax. Oh yeah, let's check it out. So we flew him out. First night on stage, Bob lost it. He just was like, holy shit, this is great. Because Dave Garland is a great sax player and great piano player, and he can sing great harmonies. And he's a great guy to hang with on the road. He wasn't all moody and emotionally damaged. So anyway, it was just like lighting on fire. But Alfonso had some difficulties dealing with our scheduling and the way Bob does business. Bob's a little more he's used to just kind of doing it as it comes, and change of plan comes. Okay, we're doing a change of plan, and Al's more of a write it down in the calendar. And 6 months from now, I've got my notes. That's what my life is going to be about. Oh no, it's all changing. Oh, why'd you do that to me? And so there was some dissension about that. So he had to leave, and we were making a decision about who the next guy was, and my take on it was to have a solid trio that we could play as a trio when Bobby and the Midnites weren't touring, because Bob was with the Dead, and everyone was into that frame of mind. So Tim Bogert was on the list of guys I was going to call into audition, and Tim started just hounding me to call him first, make him the first guy to audition. He knew what was going to happen. He was going to come in and slam dunk the audition. And after we played together, Billy said, we don't need to call anyone else. This is just fucking astounding. And so we actually started cutting some demos as the trio, Cobham, Cochran, and Bogert, as what we were calling it, and CCB. And we cut some demos and sent them off with Billy to New York. And the guy who runs Blue Note, I can't think of his name right now, real top record executive. I don't know if this actually happened, but Billy said he jumped up on top of his table, his desk, and said, what the fuck are you doing playing hits? You got hits here. And as they got to talking, he said, listen, I've already got $100,000 into you on the Jack Bruce project. he said that project is coming out like right now. He said, you know, what are you doing? Because I need you on that project too, you know. And so Billy had committed to that, so we had to go do that project. So at that point, I decided we might need to get another drummer, you know, to because Billy was going to be busy with Jack Bruce for a while, and Greg Arico's name came up from Sly and the Family Stone, and he was a phenomenal fit. Um, he doesn't have all the fancy chops that Billy has, but he certainly has all the groove and all the intensity. He was perfect, and perfect for the songs that Tim and I had. And so we started booking ourselves as the trio all over Southern California. In fact, at that time, Bob was also still involved with Matt Kelly from Kingfish. And he said, "Hey, do you want to do these Kingfish gigs?" You know, so we did a bunch of dates on the West Coast. And Jack Torbert, I think, was still the bass player, the original bass player from that band. But as an opening act, I slid Tim and Greg in as the opening act with me. So we did a lot of gigs around Southern California with Tim and Greg and me, opening the show for Kingfish with Bob Weir.
Mhm.
And I would play in the band with Kingfish with Weir too. And then the Bobby and the Midnites thing would start taking over again too, and Tim would be with Bobby and the Midnites, and it was Bob Weir, of course, from the Dead, and Dave Garland, who used to play with the Righteous Brothers, and Ike and Tina Turner, and he's got a long history of stuff, but a great musician, and Tim Bogert on bass and vocals, and myself on guitar and vocals, and Billy Cobham on drums and vocals, and it's one of the few times you can hear Billy Cobham singing Youngblood, you know, you better leave my daughter alone. He'd do that part, you
Oh,
know.
yeah.
Uh, it's great to see Billy stretching his jazz fusion world to fit the coasters and, you know, Big Iron and, you know, a real kind of country tune, you know. Uh, it really was expanding his vocabulary into a world that he hadn't spent much time in, you know, and plus all the rock and rollness and whatever you call all that music we did with Weir that was I don't know how I don't know how to describe it because it wasn't the Dead, but it wasn't just rock and roll, and it wasn't jazz, but it wasn't, you know, it was a little bit of all of the stuff. And it's a unique band, unique repertoire, you know. Although we do some songs that I've done throughout my whole career, like Young Blood and you know, blues songs and stuff like that. We did a tremendous variety in our show, and we'd also touch on some of Weir's Dead material, but also some of his Heaven Help the Fool album, and then we did a second album. And by the time we got to that second album, we had already replaced Tim. Tim was just not the right guy ultimately for that band, and so I left the trio, and Tim and Eric Arico went on to do their own thing. Um, but I eventually started my own band too. I was doing some work. This was primarily after the Midnites, but I was hired by a club called the Hop. They had a series of clubs. The first one was they built it with Bill Medley
All
of
right.
the Righteous Brothers.
Orange County.
Yeah, and it was a great venue, and they had a great show called the Rock Around the Clock Show. So when they parted company with Bill, they wanted somebody to design a rock and roll show for him, and I was recommended by a dear friend, thankfully, and I put together what I think is one of the best rock and roll shows I've ever seen. I auditioned over 600 people to put the cast together for that show. And we started off playing every Wednesday night at the Lakewood Hop. Shortly thereafter, we opened up the El Toro Hop. Shortly after, we opened the Puente Hills Hop, the Long Beach Hop, the San Diego Hop, the Fullerton Hop, on and on and on. And I eventually had to put a second show together, 10 or 13 piece show. Ours started off as a 13-piece show. And where do you see a 13-piece show for an hour and 15 minutes anywhere in LA in the last 30 or 40 years?
Mhm.
You know, you see a lot of 4-piece, 5-piece, 6-piece bands, but those aren't shows. And we do 60 songs in an hour and 15 minutes. Most bands play 10 songs an hour, and we go through 60 songs. So it was all medleys, just precisely put together in such a way that it was just amazing. You'd hear a band with that many transitions, and you go, "How the fuck did they rehearse that?" Each each show we did took 3 months of rehearsal.
Wow.
3 months of practically every day I was rehearsing either the rhythm section, the singers, the dancers, whatever it was. And literally, I for that first show, I auditioned over 600 people in front of me. I get them 3 or 4 people at a time in front of me for an hour and a half and run them through the whole bit. So I really had the kind of players that I wanted. Some of the best players in Southern California auditioned for that show, and a lot of them didn't get it because they weren't right for the show.
What was the name of the show?
It was called the Rock Around the Clock Show, and then I renamed it. We went by whatever moniker worked best. Rock and Roll Forever Show, Bobby Cochran's Rock and Roll Forever Show, and it was pretty much, it would start in the 50s and take you right through to whatever era we were going to, and so you'd hear all the cherries of your favorite songs forever, just one after another, and you knew practically every song by heart. The whole audience would know all the words, and we did it at a level that most bands will never play at, because these were some of the finest players I could find, and I rehearsed the shit out of it until they knew how to play together. When I talked about how much swing, it doesn't cut it for me when the drummer's playing a real swingy beat to a straight eight song, and nobody else is playing the swing beat. They're all playing straight eights. Da, 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 da. Like I said the other day, that was a happy accident, and it's fun when it works out that way. But when the whole band knows how to swing together, and that thing is rocking together, and there's just no separation between the way each player is feeling it, and that same thing comes across in the audience. They can feel the difference. They can feel when a band is that cohesive and is that intent. And little things like how you play either with your fingers or with a pick, how much you mute that bass, that whole Cochran style where it was played with a pick and muted, with just the right amount of swing to it. It wasn't, I remember playing sessions with Guybo, Eddie's bass player, and I was like hypnotized by his right hand. you know I mean, you knew where every beat was going to land. It was just like, it was like a locomotive. And when your drummer's playing that too, and not filling all the time, but locking in on the feel and just driving it home. I worked with a guy called Greg Topper, and he insisted that the drummers don't play any fills hardly ever. If he points at them, tells them to do a fill, then they'll do a fill. But otherwise, they're locked in the groove. There's nothing to distract you from the groove. And I learned a lot working with him, and having my own bands together. Um, it's magical what you can do with the nuances of just rock and roll. And a lot of jazz guys think, oh, rock and roll's for sissies. I remember John Patitucci audition. He brought in one of the Wackerman brothers, I believe it was, and they were great musicians, but they didn't know how to do what I was trying to get them to do.
Well, as you know, I mean, there are great jazz players that don't really sound good in rock and roll, great as they are.
A year later, John was coming through a restaurant. I was having dinner with my buddy. He had just done a casual up in one of the ballrooms. He said, "Bobby, could I talk to you? Yeah, sit down." So I scooted over, and he sits down. He says, "I got to know why I didn't get the audition." And I laughed. I said, "God, that was a year ago. You've been suffering. Not, I should have called you." and but I was busy auditioning every day, and when I locked it in, we had literally 3 months solid of rehearsals. My studio was at the house there, so I went from morning till late at night with rehearsals. One group of people and another, and putting those medleys together was difficult work. 60 songs strung together in a way that makes sense.
Right. So
And
what did you tell the guy when he asked you?
So he said, well, I got to know why I didn't get the gig. And I said, because you weren't the right guy. I said, about the ninth time I turned to you and say, surf. And that's my way of turning to the bass player. Instead of doing a walking bass line, I want you to go do 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 do, which I'll have them do like on a bridge or a chorus, where it'll lock into this do 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 do, and you come out of it into the chorus, and it just opens up, and man, it's like the sky's open. But people don't usually do that. They play what they play, and then if it fits, and they usually don't rehearse that much together. What band do you know gets together and have 3 months solid rehearsals practically every stinking day,
Not many.
and then playing 2, 3, 4 nights a week every week after that? And then you come back in and you fine tune what wasn't quite working about the transitions. I said, about the ninth time I tell you, I turn around to you and say, surf, you're going to want to hit me, you know? And I said, if I needed 10 bass solos a night, geez, you'd be the guy to call. You could do something different every night for a week, not be repeating yourself. I said, but for this specific thing, this is something that people have to learn. And most players don't know how to do what I'm talking about doing. I don't care how long they've been playing. I don't care who they've been playing with. Most players don't know how to do this. It's just the truth. And the fact that I was offering the guys 3, 4, 5 nights a week work, who was doing that? They were making more than union scale, and none of them were playing under union contracts. What's the union doing to make that available so we can file union contracts and build our retirement? Not a damn thing. I met with them. I've got a 13-piece show playing 4 nights a week. And what are you doing to help me have union contracts on a 13-piece, 10-piece, 8-piece? What are you doing to help me here? They want us to all, in the union, they want us to all be employers. You're working for an employer. What mom and dad that are having an anniversary want to hire you and become your employer and deal with workman's comp and taking out your taxes? And what casual do they want to do that on? None of the clubs even want you to do it. They want you as an independent contractor. They don't want that headache. So that's what I was doing, dealing with all those headaches, running my own band after Bobby and the Midnites. And it was a great era too. I had a full-on recording studio that we eventually started cutting a bunch of stuff, and there's a bunch of music out there they can get someday. Like I said, I'm working on that one for the guys from Sweden.
Oh, yeah.
A bunch of rock and roll that'll. I think people still dig it. There's a niche for it. I listen to some of these radio stations that are sort of an alternate, almost a podcast that developed into having a lot of worldwide stations.
Mhm.
I hear some great music on some of those podcasts. People have taken old music and kind of redone it in a way that's more current,
Mhm.
and rock and roll played with the finesse and drive and stuff that I'm talking about is every bit as thrilling as when rock and roll first came out and they hadn't heard it before.
Mhm.
People are shocked when they hear a shake, rattle, and roll done with straight eights, and it still feels fantastic. you know they
Mm.
can still do the same dance that they would have done in a full-on swing. you know
Cool. Hey, well, let's talk about let's get back to the whole Cudahy, Southgate, Bell Gardens area. Like you said, you grew up in, was it Buena Park, and you
well,
moved.
eventually, after we lived in Bell Gardens, the family, Eddie and them, moved to Buena Park, and my mom and dad moved into Buena Park in another house. And I remember it was right about the time Eddie's movie The Girl Can't Help It came out. uh,
Oh,
we started to lose our house.
I was thinking that you were in Orange County and then wound up over in Cudahy. Was it the opposite?
No, it was a little bit different. I started off in Bell Gardens, family was, and
Yeah.
then the family moved to Buena Park, and we moved to Buena Park in another area. And I don't know how long we were in that house, a year and a half or 2 years or whatever it was. I think it was in seventh or maybe the eighth grade when we had to move out. And at that point, we moved to Cyprus. Yeah, what happened was the Cochrans all moved to Bell Gardens in 50, 51, 52, somewhere in there. And then we all moved to Buena Park in like whatever year that was. And when we moved away from Buena Park, my family moved to Cyprus because we lost our home in Buena Park.
Mhm.
And when I got to 12 and a half, that's when I started playing guitar. I was in Cyprus.
I see.
That's where I lived when I got in that first band with Wayne Cook and Kelly Anderson and
Okay.
Ron Curtis. And I think that was, and Danny Lamont.
Okay.
And then we lost that house we were living in, and we went to Long Beach and then to Cudahy.
Okay.
And that's when my Cudahy thing started again.
When you were the Midniters and living in Cudahy, Cudahy and Bell Gardens in South Carolina aren't that far from East Los Angeles. Like we were discussing, the Long Beach Freeway, I don't know if it was there already, but you could just get on the freeway and be in East LA in 5, 10 minutes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it was pretty easy. I was thinking yesterday. I was curious why when they would pick me up, the Corvair would already be full of people because they kind of had to come from that area to come out to where I was. It wouldn't have been far for them to have dropped everybody off and then pick me up because I had this amp and reverb and guitar and another body, and we were all crammed in this little Corvair.
It sounds
You
like
know?
one of those clown cars in the circus with
Exactly.
an
Yeah.
amp. That's nuts.
Yeah. I don't know how it fit. I don't know where we put what because the Gretsch is deep. It's
Right.
not like a skinny Fender case, and like I said, we used to most of the time rehearse at whatever high school that was. It was the high school music room,
Mhm.
and I think if you talk to Larry Rendon, I'll bet he's the guy. Um, he was always super down to earth,
Yeah.
and super responsible seeming.
I did a show with him. Did you see it? I did one with Larry Rendon.
I don't know if I watched it
Yeah.
or not.
Yeah.
I watched for the main one I remember watching was Little Willie,
Mhm.
and yeah, I've got to get to those pictures of Little Willie's card. Because
Oh,
when we met up that time, he said, "No, turn it over," and it's a picture of he and I in at the Blue Satins concert with our mask on. I've got my leg over my neck on my guitar,
uh,
and
let's get
it,
that one.
it takes you right back to that concert that night. That
Mhm.
where we beat the Blue Satins. I remember the announcer. Um, rumor was the Blue Satin somebody had threatened him. He says, "We're the winner. We're going to cut you."
Woo, East LA, baby.
and he was kind of nervous out front on the mic. He says, it was so close, between the two of them. I think we're going to let you decide who won. So he said, "How about the Blue Satins?" And everyone went crazy. And then how about the Midniters? And everyone went way more crazy. It like drown them out. And he says, "Well, I guess that's obvious," And so we had won the Battle of the Bands, and that was the one where we started with Green Onions,
Right.
and at some point we took off the mask and threw them out to the girls,
It's a
and
show I saw that you guys did that. Yeah.
it was a big deal, it
Yeah, it
was
was
little
fantastic.
theatrics.
And definitely. So maybe about 6 months ago, our mutual friend Joel and I went down uh, to the Cochran Club. And what city is the Cochran Club in?
That's in Bell Gardens.
Okay. So it turns out that it's a place where Eddie Cochran used to play a lot. And now it's kind of like a little bit of a shrine to him. I mean, there's memorabilia inside. It's named the Cochran Club. Talk about how that happened, how it turned into that.
Yeah, my friend Ruben Gerard just decided he was going to make something happen about Eddie, and he went around everywhere he could, finding out information and people, and found out about the American Legion there on the corner in Bell Gardens where Eddie used to rehearse and play some gigs. And it was really in terrible shape. They were behind on their taxes. They were going to lose the building. And he decided, man, let's put a Cochrane thing together to help fund fixing this place up again, and so they did that. He contacted just everybody he could, got the mayor involved, and really made a big deal out of it. And I got involved, and of course I knew a lot of Eddie's friends still because I was friends with a lot of his friends. And so we had access to all the guys that were still alive. He had both of his bass players, um, Connie, Connie Smith, Conrad, who was Guybo. That was his nickname. And then Dave Shriver was his bass player after Connie. And there was another one that I wrote about in my book that I didn't find out about till later. I was at a gig in Dana Point, and one of my friends came up and said, "Did you know that Eddie Cochran's bass player sitting back there?" I said, "He couldn't be. I know all those guys, you know." And I forgot that I had written about this guy. I'm trying to think of his name, Dave Myers, Don Myers. And when I wrote the book, I spelled his name wrong. I'd never met him. I didn't know how to find him. And I didn't even know really that much about what he had done. But I tell a story in the book where the bass player was the only guy that didn't find a chick this night on the road. You know, they had three of them rooming together, and so the two guys that did find chicks put him in the rollaway bed. They folded him in it and rolled him outside. You know, and he wiggled and wiggled and started rolling down the driveway and fell over. He's still pissed about it too.
Hey, I don't blame him.
Anyway, that's Don Myers, and we didn't know about him for that first Cochran celebration, but we had all the guys that were still alive.
What year would you say that was?
Boy, we'd be better to look it up.
What decade?
It was in the 90s,
Okay.
I think. But anyway, it could have been past the 90s, but it doesn't seem like that long
Yeah, I
ago.
know how that goes.
We had the guy McDaniels, I think is his last name, that wrote Little Lou, one of Eddie's songs, and we got him there, and we interviewed him for the documentary we're doing. But all these people that were in Eddie's life that were still alive, his girlfriend is still alive too. His ex-girlfriend, his one of his first main girlfriends, Johnny Berry, and anyway, we had them all out, and did photos with everybody, and everybody played and sat in with everybody, and Slim Jim was there from the Stray Cats. Just a lot of people, a lot of the rockabilly scene who are all Eddie fans were there, and I don't know how many acts. You know, Ruben could a phone call, he could say, "Oh yeah, we had 30 bands, you know, that night," and list them off, and you could take whatever you wanted and just insert it into this video. But it was a fantastic night. You know, it started earlier in the day and went till late, so we could get all the bands on. They'd each only play, you know, 20 minutes to a half hour, and it took all day, night, you know.
Now, when Joel and I went there, like I said, 6 months to a year ago, I can't remember exactly when, there was a show there. There was a rockabilly show with a lot of great bands. Do they do that like annually or is there?
Periodically. I don't know how often it is. I don't think it's every month, but every few months they have a Cochran night and some rockabilly bands. And there's probably a rockabilly promoter that kind of takes over that scene for that night. You know, I don't remember who they are.
But it's a nice place. They fixed it up very nice. The bar and
Yeah,
nice.
we really did save it. You know, and I think they were grateful. You know that we brought in so much financial support for them. You know.
Right.
There were videos made of most of those nights. Pat Wertink would bring his video truck out, and we'd record a lot of those nights. You know,
I remember Pat. Is he still around?
he's uh he's near the end. I just saw him recently, and it was shocking.
I was at his house a few years ago. He was living way up in Apple Valley or somewhere out there.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, he is skin and bones,
Oh,
and
that's too bad.
he's he's just not doing well.
Mhm.
It's very sad. He's been a dear friend for years.
Well, speaking of Eddie, I wanted to mention that, famously, when Paul McCartney kind of auditioned for John Lennon, he played 20 Flight Rock. And
Yeah,
that's a song that got him into the Quarrymen, which was the birth of the Beatles. So Eddie's right in
yeah.
the middle of that.
Paul talks about it in practically every interview I've seen him do. You know, he's proud of that stuff, and I just love watching Beatle documentaries.
Well, me too. He still
I
plays the heck out of that song too, and he's recorded it, obviously.
Yeah, it's a grooving song. It's got great lyrics. I
Yeah.
remember when I was getting the lyrics off of songs, it was either off the radio or off of 45 or
Right.
something where it dropped the needle. And I always thought he said, I've got a girl with a wrecking machine,
And it's Record Machine, right?
record machine.
Yeah, that's it.
But I thought it was wrecking machine,
That's kind of cool too.
which I thought was a cooler lyric.
Hey, probably.
and he talks about after he's going for so many flights, he's now he I thought he said my coat's draped over the rail. He took his coat off because he was too hot. No, it's his corpse. You'll find my corpse draped over the rail.
That I didn't know.
That's a deeper lyric,
Oh,
right
very much
there.
so.
And when I worked with Jerry Capehart, he was co-writer on a lot of songs, and my mom used to sing this gospel tune to me. In the book of Genesis, the first verse, they say that God created this earth. Further on, you will see he created you and me. And I didn't know the rest. That's all my mom could remember. And so when I was working with Jerry Capehart, I said, "Do you recognize this song?" He says, "Yeah, I wrote it." He said, "Further on, you see, he created you and me. If I seem to be carefree and troubles never trouble me, keep in mind I'm on vacation. I'm just visiting this old world. I'm just here visiting. John, the good Lord sent me. I'm just here
Yeah.
visiting. My
Nice.
home's in heaven, can't you see? If I seem to be carefree and my troubles never trouble me, keep in mind I'm on vacation. I'm just visiting this old world." That's the
Nice.
song,
Nice,
so
man.
we recorded it, and
Oh, cool.
I'll have to send you a copy of that.
Very gospel, man. Very gospel.
It's a cool tune, and so many things like that. When we were recording, he said, "No, the lyric right here is this," and I go, "Oh my god," you know, because I've been singing these lyrics all my life,
Right.
but I
It's
just
just like
got them wrong.
with Creedence Clearwater's Bad Moon Rising, because there's a bad moon on the rise, and people thought there's a bathroom on the
Bathroom
right.
on the right, yeah, yeah. We used to say things like that on
Yeah,
purpose,
right.
Um,
That
with
was
the
fun.
Bee Gees, and the lights all went out in Massachusetts.
That's
we,
just two shits.
we'd say massive two
And
shits,
people wouldn't notice, right?
and they wouldn't notice, And then in Grapevine, hoop, 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 where they're doing the background
Hmm.
in Chain, 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 who pooped, who pooped, who pooped.
There you go.
Just little
Hey,
stupid things like that to
the
entertain
Beatles
themselves.
on Girl during the song Girl from Rubber Soul. Tit, 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 tit. You got that in.
Yeah, we're all a little perverted and goofy.
We love it. Yeah. So, so I saw you perform again. It's when you get our age, it's you can't remember something happened 6 months ago or 2 years ago. It gets very weird.
Yeah,
But
that was back in October.
it was in October.
Yeah,
Yeah,
October of
and
this year.
I went to see you play in Long Beach with a band. It was kind of called a Rockpile tribute band. And what were they calling the band? The name of the band?
Billy Bremner's Rock Files.
Rock Files, right?
Yeah,
And you guys were that was near the end or at the end of the tour, right?
yeah, it was the second. That was the last date, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And you were playing in this small, funky club called Supply and Demand in Long
yeah,
Beach. And it was a real kind of heavy metal punk place because you go to the restroom and there's flyers and stickers and posters, and even in the latrine of like
yeah,
hard rock bands and punk bands. And, it was like, and place was packed. And you guys rocked. You had that Swedish bass player and drummer, and you on guitar, and the other guitarist, what's his name again?
Billy Bremner.
Yeah, and he was a member of Rockpile.
Yeah,
And
he was with Rockpile with Dave Edmunds and Nick Lowe. He was the other
he wrote some
guitarist.
of the songs too.
Yeah, I guess so.
Hmm. So you got kind of called into this tour, so somebody couldn't make it, and you were
Yeah, they had a visa problem with their other guitar player, a real emergency situation. I got a call from the promoter that I use over in Sweden. He said, "Bobby, is there any way you could jump in on this tour?" He says, "We're really in an emergency situation." I said, "Sure, I'll do it." And so we did. We went out and toured the U.S. On a short tour, and it
had you
was a
worked with
blast.
that guy before from
Yeah,
Rockpile?
Billy and I had a band in Sweden many years ago called Rocket, and we did a kind of half and half. We both fronted the band, and we did about 50% of the material each, from my career and heritage, and from his career and heritage. He'd worked with a lot of people too. People don't realize he'd worked with the Pretenders, and Rockpile, of course, was the main thing, but he'd worked with a lot of other bands and artists in his time. You could certainly do a Google search on him and see some of the groups he's played with. Really good guitarist and singer. And it was pretty potent when we were doing Rocket show, because it was two good guitar players up there, and the band was banking it, and this band's a very good band. I worked with him not too long ago on a Swedish tour, and man, it just rocked like crazy.
So the material you were doing was a lot of the Rockpile stuff, and then
Yeah,
you did a couple of Eddie songs,
yeah.
and was there just some other just rock classics? What was the other material you did?
I didn't look into the history of each of those songs, but most of it, I believe, came from Rockpile, and certainly the songs we did of Eddie's were songs that they did too, and of course, me doing Eddie songs has happened my whole life, so it was natural, and yeah, it was just a fun, really rocking gig.
Oh boy, you guys rock. You had to learn a lot of material pretty quick.
They threw, I think, 21 songs at me. I had to learn. The only one I knew was "I Hear You
Oh
Knocking."
yeah, right. Big
What
hit.
I had to play on that was very different than what I normally would have played. I played a do 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 do. I never would have thought to just play that, but it fit together with what they were playing really well. It really complemented what Billy and I did together. It really complemented one another. A lot of times it was just a rock and roll lick, but played well,
Yeah.
and with the right amount of swing, and with the bass player and the drummer
But
playing the
isn't
way.
that cool? That's one of the cool things about rock and roll is like, you could have been playing 50 years or 60 years and learned all kinds of great stuff. But for a certain song, you might have to just do that dee 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 dee, dee, and you're happy to do it because it
It
grooves the record, and
it
that's what you
just
got to
it
do.
just did what it needed to do right there, and I never thought of playing that, and I played that song 100 times easily, and never occurred to me to possibly do that. Of course, a lot of times I play with a trio, so I'm all
Oh,
of the
oh, that's more
all
work, a
of the
lot of work.
all of the background, and playing a lick like that, you really need the other guitarist or a piano player to be playing the thing you're playing
Just
against.
do your part for the good of the groove.
Yeah, and the bass player, he had an unusual way of playing that really fit what they were doing, and the bass player had worked for like 15 years back in with a band with Dave Edmunds over in Sweden doing all that material,
Mhm.
so he was very, very familiar with all that. And the drummer and he work all the time together. And that drummer knows how to swing straight eights.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, guys are rocking.
Yeah. Some of the venues weren't so happening, but anytime anybody came to hear us, I knew they were going to get their asses rocked off because it was intense. Tempos were hot, very fast sometimes. Most bands won't play rock and roll that fast. There's a way to play that's in your face and intent and still digestible. It's not like punk music where you're just being slammed with something. it had finesse, yet it was ultra energy.
It's great. I really enjoyed that. So finally, let's get back to East LA again. So just tell me your impressions and how you feel about your history playing in the Midniters and playing around East LA in the circuit and what memories you have of that and emotions.
Well, it's like I said, I met Danny Lamont when I was somewhere around 12 and a half. I don't know how I met him. I instantly loved his playing. My mom instantly loved his playing. Um, when I was 14, we had been playing in bands together, but then we had some time apart, and uh, it wasn't as constant for a little bit. But my dad had built a studio in Southgate, and Danny was the first drummer and I was the first guitar player. And, we came in there and we brought in our old band and we recorded all night and didn't get a single cut finished, 30,
Hmm.
40, 50 takes, and it just wasn't cutting it. So we all slept at the studio on the floor and the couch, wherever there was, got up the next morning, nailed every track in the first take or two. And it was phenomenal. That was our first experience of recording professionally. And it was right around that time that Danny was expressing that he wasn't happy at home, and I'm thinking, I can't remember if Danny was 2 or 4 years older than me, but he might have been getting close to 18. I don't know for sure. I'd have to look at his birth date, but it was somewhere between 16 and 18. And he said, "Is there any way you guys could help me move out of my house, without my mom knowing?"
Wow.
And we thought long and hard about it. Well, we had an apartment above the studio, a 1 bedroom apartment that someone could stay at. So we decided, okay, we'll do that, and we'll let you stay up at the studio. And so we snuck him out at 2 in the morning, and we called his mom the next day to let her know he was safe and all this. But he wanted to be out on his own. I guess it was oppressive at home or something, and he was footloose and fancy free suddenly, and it doesn't feel like that much longer before suddenly I was recommended to be in the Midniters.
Right. And we should
And
probably mention again, we're talking about Danny Lamont. He passed away, what, about a year ago or two?
yeah, I think it was this year. I don't remember the date, but
Right.
he was one of my closest long-term friends for all my life, and
So he introduced you to the Midnighters?
yeah, he had recommended me, and they came and checked me out of the studio. Said, "Yeah, we'll get him in," and I was kind of like, everybody was talking about what I was doing. It was, the fact that Eddie was my uncle was a thing, but the fact that I played so well suddenly, with my dad just showed me the first basic chords, and I just took it from there. And you know, I didn't tell people, I didn't mention this until I wrote my book, but when I started playing guitar, we had gone to the movie theater, a drive-in theater in La Mirada movie theater. We saw some Western, and it had one of those theme songs like don da da don da da don da
Right.
da don da. It was one of those kind of songs.
Sounded kind of like a Dwayne Eddy tone, kind of.
He had this acoustic guitar laying across the floor of the car, and I noticed the opening note was the same note as the guitar. It was tuned to pitch, and I noticed, oh, the next note is all I got to do is this and this, and I could play that theme, without any instruction. And so that night I went home and I asked my dad if he could show me how to play guitar like he did Eddie, because my dad showed Eddie how to play,
Mm.
and so he taught me all the first open chords, the E, A7, a couple different ways of playing A7, D, D7, D minor, E minor, A minor, C, F, G. I think that was all of them. Oh, B7.
Sometimes
B7.
called the cowboy chords.
Yeah, and McCartney made a big deal that he and John went off on the bus somewhere to go meet a guy who taught him the B7 chord.
One chord they went across town.
Yeah. And so that's what my dad taught me. And then he went off on another one of his binges, which he did all the time, So he was gone for a week. And when he came back, the first thing I needed was how to tune the guitar because I didn't know that. And, but what happened instantly when I started playing guitar is Eddie started coming to me in lucid dreams practically every night, teaching me to play guitar and teaching me about life. It's part of why I don't smoke and drink and do drugs. I saw what that was doing to Eddie's life. I saw what it was doing to my dad's life and how it was ruining my family's life. And so I made a commitment at 12 and a half. Um, I used to pray diligently, that I could be as good as Eddie and I'm not going to do this shit and that shit, I'm going to do it the way it needs to be done in order to maximize what you get from it and what you can bring to it. And so that played a huge part in my whole career, not drinking and not smoking and not doing drugs, and especially with the level of bands I was playing with. There was drugs everywhere for free, and very much encouraged to do drugs. And I was the target of dosing any drink anytime, And but I came away from those lucid dreams not remembering what Eddie had taught me about anything, but having a knowledge about the guitar. It was just like it was just unfolding for me. Like I got it.
Mhm.
I pretty instantly realized that if you take that F chord and move it up to a G and an A and a B and a C and an E and a D, and all of these chords are right there, all with the same shapes, and they all had the same names. Once you get past what all the names are, it just repeats itself 3 or 4 times, and it's such a logical instrument, uh, not as much as piano, but it's still a very logical instrument, and I'm a thinker. I've always been a sort of a philosopher and a tinkerer, and so when I would learn something, I'd want to see what I could do with it, how I could change it. When I was about 14, Jackie showed me that thing. I don't even know if I can play it right now because my hand is hurting. Um,
Stand by me.
yeah, it was basically that, and I of course took that all the way up the neck and every key, and it became a part of my style. That real full sounding going from the 1 to the 4 and
Right,
rocking back
right.
and forth.
Uh-huh.
And of course, I was turned on to BB King by her, which that was like a revelation.
You're still talking about Jackie DeShannon?
Yeah, Jackie DeShannon, and I have that great picture of her on stage with us with the Midniters.
Oh, wow.
It was from that era,
You still
and
have that?
yeah, I'm going to send that to you.
Oh,
I'm going to
good.
figure out how to send that to you. And Jackie was an immense talent. Um, just as you go through your life, you run into people that clearly stand out. That wow, that's different than all the rest of them. And that's the way Jackie was. She turned me on, like I said, to just something so simple. Yet it was profound in my growth as a guitarist, and profound finding out about BB King, and being invited to one of her first sessions and seeing that great guitarist Glenn Campbell. And uh, when you see guys early in your growth, it affects you. You can steal everything you can from them.
Right,
The same way kids do now with the internet. They
right.
have practically every style and nuances available on the internet, and you can see how it's done. You've got tablature to see what they're doing,
Hmm.
and it doesn't help them grow their hearing the way ours was, by dropping a needle on a record and
Like
hunting and pecking.
as I mentioned before, we didn't have electronic tuners and we had to tune to a piano.
Yeah, I always used a tuning fork, an A440 tuning fork. I'd
A few
put it
people
in
did
my
that.
ear on any bone,
Right.
and you hear that note. I used to anywhere be able to hit an A440 because I just did it so much, and so I could tune a guitar to A440 without a tuner, without a fork if I needed to, and have it be very, very close. I used to tune by harmonics back in those days.
Mhm.
And later in my life, I learned many different ways of tuning the guitar, many different positions. And there are some that work better on each guitar. And then I got into the compensated nuts and the Buzzy Feet and
Right.
tuning
Which we
system and
talked about. Yeah.
all those tuners, and some tuners you can switch to a different temperament,
Mhm.
that matches another temperament, and sometimes that could be valuable.
Yeah, getting back to you mentioned the drugs. It's really hard to be in a band and be a musician and not drink and drug because the majority were doing it, especially when you're younger. And
Oh yeah.
there's a peer pressure.
Oh,
And
it's tremendous
I
peer
stayed
pressure.
away from drinking virtually totally and smoking and hard drugs. I stayed away from that. But they were always offering it to you. But you
Oh
had to be pretty good to be able to stay in the band or stay in the mix if you didn't do it because there was
yeah,
so much
they bully
pressure.
you. They
Yeah.
bully you
Yeah.
terribly.
Yeah. I remember
And
people would say, I remember this friend of mine was playing with Neil Young and everybody was drugging, and this one guy had stopped, and they were like giving him a hard time. Oh, you think you're too good? It's like,
Yeah.
and you're not part of the crowd if you're not doing it. So it speaks to how good you were that they kept you in the band when you were kind of the outsider. You got to be good to stick
Yeah.
around, and with
Well,
that kind of peer
I
pressure.
worked really, really hard at it. I made a commitment when I started playing to God that I would practice every day. And one day I didn't practice, and I woke up at 1 in the morning. I went, "Oh my God!" And I got my Gretsch out, and I practiced until I fell asleep with the Gretsch in bed with me.
Mhm.
And I used to practice, 4 12 hours. It was
Wow.
crazy sometimes.
Jeez.
Now, most bands won't rehearse 12 hours, but some of my bands that I was in, we had 12-hour rehearsals. And and there came a point in my career where I was working 18 hours a day, starting with a session and then rehearsal and another rehearsal and a gig at night. It was 18 hours a day between driving to the session, driving to the rehearsal, driving to the next thing, and just panicking, running late all the time. And there wasn't time to practice. And thankfully, after just a few weeks, I was in a band uh, uh, and practicing regularly with a band. Um, and that's very different. You're playing under pressure. It's a different kind of pressure when you've got adults or people that are several years older than you, and you're trying to keep up, and you're a beginner. And I was progressing really quickly. When I look back, I've never had a student that learned that many chords in the first session. I've had many students that learned a D and then had to learn the D the next time they came in. Um, my own kids. People aren't driven to learn guitar the way I was driven to learn guitar. No one needed to make me practice. I was hungry to practice all the time.
Mhm.
And when they bought me the Gretsch, my dad made me quit baseball. I was a pretty good pitcher in Little League. And my dad said, "I don't want you hurting your hands. We're going to get this nice guitar for you and nice amp." And
Oh,
I made that commitment. And
yeah.
in fact, I've got a picture of us at that first gig. I want to send you that too. I'll do what I can to remember that. When I was 15 and a half, I moved away from home, and I had an opportunity to get away from all the trauma that was happening in my household. And although my mom and dad were both very supportive of me playing and singing, there was a lot of trauma, and my mom was emotionally damaged, in the marriage with my dad. Always cheating on her, and she was a very emotive type of person, great singer. Eddie cut a couple of records with her, a couple of tracks with her. He wanted her to be the new Julie London I mentioned.
Yeah. Did she
And
become an alcoholic? Did you say that too?
no, she was strung out on prescription drugs.
Okay.
My dad was the alcoholic. He had a severe drinking problem, and he was not a happy drunk. He was a mean drunk. And when I was little, he would, in those drunken moments, grab me so hard that I thought, I wonder if you could die from being grabbed that hard, like somebody just a little bit more and it would kill you, because it would hurt so bad. And he used to tickle me until I'd pass out.
Well, that's
It's like,
bad.
what the fuck is wrong with a man that will do that to a young boy?
It's a little sadistic to say the least.
It was horrifying to me, um, and it was part of my growing up that I didn't want to be like him, you know, and yet he wanted me to be just like Eddie. And there was a point when I was 14 that I was a lot better than the average guitar players that were coming in the studio, trying to write songs and stuff. And I'd always get to play on the sessions because I was way better than those people. But every now and then, someone extraordinary would be in there, and I would learn anything I could, from these other players. And there was this Richard Lopez I mentioned. He played bass with us or rhythm with us at the Squeak and Deacon show. He was a really funky lead guitar player, on the level of a James Burton funkiness. He was articulate, a little bit sloppy, but really innovative in the kind of style and the rhythmic intensity he had in playing his leads. And I loved something about his playing. And my dad, I remember him saying, you need to play multiple strings, not just single note stuff. That guy ain't shit, you know. And I remember thinking to myself, well, you think that guy ain't shit, but I think he's phenomenal. And I'm entitled to my opinion just as you're entitled to your opinion. I didn't have the balls to say it that night. I'm only 14 years old, but that's what my thought was. And I remember at one of those sessions, I was playing that 6120 and Gaibo's right here to my right, and I'm just watching him like a encyclopedia of knowledge, And my dad came out and he wanted me to do something with the vibrato with the Bigsby, and he pulled it so hard that the spring came out.
Mm.
I'd never seen that. When I changed strings, I always did one at a time so that the spring,
Right.
I didn't know that spring came out. I thought he broke my guitar, and I'm sitting there 14 with tears in my eyes, wondering what the hell he just did to my guitar, and not knowing how to fix it yet. And in the middle of a session, I've got all these adults. These guys are all 14, 10, 15, 14 years older than me, and it was staggering to me, to go through that stuff. To a large degree, I blame that on his alcoholism and his inability to get that under control. And I have empathy for the fact that he had lost his youngest brother that was his ticket to fame, so to speak. He'd written a couple of hits for Eddie.
Do you think that Eddie's death had anything to do with him drinking in the first place?
Oh, I think it contributed to it. Eddie was a heavy drinker too. Eddie, I knew from stories I was told by his road manager on that English tour that Eddie had a severe drinking problem. One time they gathered him up from his hotel room. He was passed out and he needed to be on stage in like an hour and a half, and they brought him unconscious to the venue and pouring coffee down him until he had to go on.
And his buddy Gene Vincent was quite a drinker too, right?
Oh, Gene was a mess. It wasn't just booze for Gene, and I'm sure it wasn't just booze for Eddie with all those tours and having to stay up on long drives. And people were into doing uppers and downers and drinking. Do enough uppers and you needed to drink to get down a little bit, or who knows what it does to your upper as far as magnifying the effect of it,
Hey, did you
And
ever meet, when I was in Tulsa, I was just telling you I was in Tulsa off camera. Um, Joel and I visited Gene Vincent's daughter. You ever met her?
I've met her.
She's
I don't
really
remember
nice. I can't remember her name.
her name. She was very nice.
Very cool.
Um,
She's a singer too, rockabilly, but she's very
I
nice.
might have actually played with her at one point.
Yeah.
This would be decades ago. I don't remember it, and I wrestled with going up to see Gene a lot when he was still alive because I used to play Magic Mountain and places up there, and I was always interested in Eddie's friends, and Gene was certainly an important icon in Eddie's career. He used to sing on his
Oh, yeah.
records. And
Yeah.
I'm sure he and I can't think of his guitar player's name. Was it
You think Johnny Meeks, the original one?
what's his name? Yeah, but the other one. I actually did a gig with Johnny Meeks. He was managing a place that I played, and they actually had a stoplight in the room, a green, yellow, and a red. He said, if it's green, you're okay volume wise. If it's yellow, you need to tone it down because if it goes to red, we're firing you.
Whoa.
And of course, it went to red instantly. And on that gig, I don't remember the guy's name, but he played two saxes, and one of them was a tenor and one of them was a baritone. All the sax players I know that do that play a tenor and an alto. And I'm thinking it's got to take a lot more something to play a bari and a tenor.
Yeah.
Bari is such a big, fat
Fascinating.
instrument, man. Oh,
Speaking of Johnny Meeks, I got to work with him in I'd say it was around 1980. I was doing an album with this friend of mine, Dave Wendels, who's a guy from England and rockabilly. He's kind of a very James Burton influenced player. He had a Paisley Telly, and we were doing some recording in Redondo Beach at this really nice 24 track studio. And he knew Johnny Meeks, and Johnny Meeks came down. And unfortunately, he got intoxicated
Oh,
and he was constantly drinking this real cheap beer. It was called Padre beer.
huh.
And, he'd get drunk and he recorded 2 days with us. So we came up with a new, would it be an adjective or a verb? When somebody got drunk, we say, hey man, he got meeked out. He's meeking out. So he became like this.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
so that was
I
his
was,
thing. He was good, but he was drinking. That was then. That was years later after playing with Gene.
yeah, I knew him probably back in the late 60s and 70 through the 70s somewhere. I don't remember the club he used to manage. It seemed like it was kind of out towards Covina or somewhere out there. Um, but he was a bit of a character. And I was around the Blue Caps a bunch of times, and the Crickets and people like that. I remember one time I was in the middle of writing the book, and I got together with the guy from the Crickets. His name is eluding me.
What did he
Sonny
play?
Sonny
Curtis?
Curtis, and I was surprised he played as well as he did. You know, he was doing some stuff. You know, and very talented guy. You know, and it was nice getting to know these guys. One time I did a concert in Chippenham, one of the Cochran festivals, and they backed me up on Three Steps to Heaven, which is the song they recorded. They were the rhythm section. Guybo with J.I. and Sonny, and they were the rhythm section, minus the bass player. And, all that history, it was such a part of my early life. I remember getting together with Eddie's band when I was about 18. And I was with an extraordinarily good band at the time out in the Valley. And Don Preston, who later went on to be with Mad Dogs and Englishmen, and Casey Van Beek, who played with the Tractors, recording at the church studio, by the way. And I met Steve Ripley at Leon's studio at Paradise, out in the Studio City or Burbank, wherever that was. We did a video together. He had a guitar that each string came through a different amp, and
Oh,
so as he picked, the sound went around you, you know.
oh my God.
And I remember we did a video sort of introducing that and showing that off. But also another side fact was when I was with Leon Russell during that era, that was in between the Bob Weir band and before Bobby and the Midnites. There was a period of time where I was off the road and I was driving around town with the drummer in Leon's band. He said, "Hey, Leon's looking for a guitar player. Would you be interested?" I said, "Sure." You know, and I'd known Leon for a decade at least at that point. And we went to the place where he was auditioning everybody. I walked in, and one of my friends is in the middle of an audition. And then my friend says, "Fuck, why the fuck did you have to come?"
That's nice.
I'm
Nice.
just coming in the side door, you know, and that was my introduction, you know. So I was kind of next up after him, you know. When I played, you know, it was just a slam dunk, you know, and so I offered that guy the gig with Bob Weir because suddenly Bob Weir was going out again, but I was tied up with Leon, and so I didn't want to just quit Leon because I hadn't been with him all that long. And my first gig, I had 2 days to learn 36 songs.
So with Leon, were you touring or were you also recording? Were you just playing?
It was primarily touring at that time, but he had just bought all the video gear, so there was going to be all kinds of video and recording shit
Do you
too.
remember what decade that was?
Yeah, that was in 78.
Wow, so
I
he was huge, big, huge at that time.
Yeah, and he was with Mary at that time. And I started to tell you what I was leading up to is Lynn drums
Right,
was invented by Roger Lynn,
right.
and he was one of Leon's engineers at the
And
time.
yeah, I heard that. A
And
friend of mine was an engineer with him at that time too.
the Oberheim drum machine was designed by the other engineer that worked with Leon and with Roger. So
But,
anyway, with Leon, Roger Lynn was one of his engineers,
right.
and Roger's a pretty good guitar player, blues wise, you know. And I remember the other engineer is the guy that went to Oberheim and designed the DMX drum machine.
Mhm.
So when it came time that I was going to get into a drum machine, I'm talking to Roger and I'm talking to the other engineer. I can't think of his name now, but Elisis, the guy who founded Elisis, was one of the main engineers there. So I got to know him too. I can't think of his name
Was
this
that at
moment.
Leon's home studio?
That was at the Paradise Studios. Not
Okay.
that he had that home studio back from the old days. The Shelter people. Um, he lived on a hillside in Studio City that we used to
Right.
go to.
I know
This
where.
was at Paradise Studios,
Okay.
which was a big sound stage from one of the movie companies. It was a really fantastic operation. Big parking lot, all kinds of stuff stored outside that could handle the weather, but a lot of room inside with a full-on studio and a video production area, and it was something. I couldn't believe when he finally gave that up and moved to Nashville. It was like, whoa, give me a break. Don Preston, or the guitar player that was with me in the South and on that Stax record, he was Leon's friend. That's why we were always at Leon's house. And God, there's so many stories I just want to tell just about Leon. Here,
Well, he fascinates me because he's what a great songwriter, great piano player.
I think that I've worked with a few
Oh,
geniuses.
he's one.
Jerry Capehart, Eddie's manager and co-producer and co-writer, he was one. His nickname from me was Mr. Magoo because he was either a genius or a blithering idiot.
Oh,
and, and I watched both happen a lot. And Leon, he was a genius, and Bob Weir. A lot of people might not think that, but Bob is a very, very astute musician and human being, and a lot sharper than the average person.
He just,
He,
he always looked in the Grateful Dead, all these far out hippies, and he'd be wearing Bermuda shorts and
yeah,
tennis shoes, and he was all healthy looking. Was he resisting the heavy drugs all that time?
I think they did a lot of drugs around that whole bunch,
But he
but
sure looked so wholesome all those years.
those drugs that change your consciousness are different drugs,
Right.
LSD and
Yeah, yeah,
psilocybin.
those are not addictive narcotics.
Those
That's
are
different. But
completely
unfortunately,
different
Jerry
things.
Garcia was doing heroin and stuff
Yeah,
like that.
heroin is not such a good thing,
Oh,
and coke. I've seen my fill of guys doing coke,
oh. And freebasing was even worse of coke.
dealing with my kids and all the drug possibilities, and I was around all of that more than I could have ever imagined as a musician, and always being offered the best
Sure.
stuff in the world, and always the target of a doser,
Right.
and people
Did
often referred to me as the possible narc in the room, because
Hey,
uh,
did you're talking about how good Bob Weir was? Do you think he put in the time of studying music and practicing despite all the Grateful Dead
oh
craziness?
he is very articulate on his chord voicings, very way past what I had done chord voicing wise. I learned a lot working with Bob, just playing songs with him. Bob was all about being a perfect canvas for whatever you were doing. Um, he was such a beautiful guy to work with for me in some ways. I everybody, if you're not wealthy, you need to have some consistency about your income and knowing it's going to be there, knowing it's going to be caught up if it's late, all of those kinds of things.
Mhm.
But you don't want a guy that's just fucking off and doesn't give a shit, and what meanwhile you're starving, wait until he's ready, So I was always in another project. Like I said, in between the road gigs, suddenly I was with Leon. No, I had known Leon for at least 10, 15 years or something prior to that. One time we were at Leon's house. This is just a side story. And I have no idea why, but Don Casey and I were up in Leon's bedroom. Leon wasn't home. I don't know where he was. Um, and I don't know why we were in his bedroom. I was on his bed, just kind of kicking back a little bit up by the headboard. And Don and Casey were standing by the right side foot of the bed. And we were just up there talking and hanging out. And I noticed Leon next to the bed on the nightstand, he had some rolling papers. I forgot what they were called. Zip.
Zigzag.
Zigzags. Yeah. He had rolling papers, and I'd never rolled a joint, never did a joint, and he had all these old cigarettes butted out, and so I just took the tobacco out of them, and I did what I saw people do with zigzags, and I put together this big fat Cheech and Chong joint about this long. It was all paper, but filled with tobacco, and I just left it in the ashtray. And right about then, Leon comes home, and he comes into the bedroom. Hey, how you doing? We're just bullshitting about whatever, And Leon, as he walks in, he sees Don and Casey, and he sees me over there at the head of the bed, and his eyes like locked on that ashtray, And he's walking in the room and sort of talking to the guys, and Don's talking to him about something. My nickname at the time was Little Billy, because I was using phony IDs all the time, so my name was always changing.
Mm.
And they're both 6'4", so I was Little Billy, and the other guy's the drummer's name in the band was Bob, so we didn't need another Bobby,
Right.
and I'm sitting there, just watching him come in and talking to Don, and meanwhile, all of his attention's on that ashtray on that joint that I had rolled, the fake joint, and he's walking around the bed getting and reaching for that joint now. And Don says, "Oh, Leon, that's not real. Bobby was just, or Little Billy was just fucking around, and he just rolled one of tobacco." And Leon stopped, and he looked up at the ceiling. You know how when you're writing lyrics and you're trying to think of, he looks up at the ceiling, and he just stopped dead for like, I don't know, 20 seconds to a minute. It was a really long time. And after about 20 seconds, he said, "Why'd he do that?" And he just kept staring at the ceiling for like a minute, or, we kind of got up and left, and he was still standing there looking at
Pondering.
the ceiling.
Yeah, funny you said about the name. My friend that worked for Leon, he worked in his home studio. I think it was in the early 70s, maybe.
Sky
And
Hill Drive.
I think so. And anyway, his name, my friend's name is Leon. I still know him. I did my latest EP at his studio here. His name is Leon.
What's
And
his
so
last name?
Becken.
I don't
And
think that was the guy that was his engineer at this place.
right. But
Yeah,
anyways,
he had a different setup at his home studio on
yes,
Sky.
yes.
I think the residence was Sky Hill, if
Okay.
my memory is right. It just
I think
kind of
that was the
popped.
name of his publishing company too. I think I remember Sky Hill Music.
Might have been, but he
But
kind of lived right. It might have been right on the corner up in Studio City on a very, very hilly
I think that
street.
was the one. Of course, since my friend's name was Leon and Leon Russell, so Leon said, from now on, you're Pancho. He started calling him Pancho. So Leon became Pancho. So similar to you, you're Billy, too many Bobs in the room. But
Yeah, well,
but
Leon was a wonderful guy. I remember one time he came home from the doctor, and I believe he was already going gray. I don't remember how much. This was in the late 60s,
Mhm.
and I think he was 35. And the doctor had said, "You have the body of a 70-year-old." It was like twice his age.
Oh,
And I don't know what that was about, but I do know that later in life, when Leon was much more frail and more dealing with a wheelchair a lot, um, even when he was still walking around, mostly he was having these problems where he had a leak between his brain cavity and
oh,
his sinuses.
oh,
So
jeez.
brain fluid was leaking into his
Oh,
sinuses,
Jesus.
and he was really pretty crippled up at the end. And one of my greatest memories, it was not that long after my daughter had been killed in 99. And I had known Leon all these years, and I don't know if we were at a NAM show or what. We were hanging out, and he said, "Bobby, you and I should cut a rock and roll record. We'll make rock and roll history." I said, that sounds like a great idea, but I was not in a, I was so still broken, behind losing my daughter. I was just crying all the time, and I couldn't function, and it just wasn't the time, and then he talked to me two or three more times. Usually at NAM, we'd run into each other, and he was such a sweet guy. He loved my playing. Um, In fact, the one of the songs I did at the audition for him was "I Found Love," which is a song that Don Preston had written, and Leon knew that song because Don had written it. And I did it, and I just had been knocking it out of the park since I started learning it. And I remember when I did that song, it was I had knocked it out of the park. You know, my buddy did not get the audition. I was in, and he hated me for it. But I did offer him some money, and I started giving him some guitar lessons so he could play with Bob Weir. And it was going to take a lot of guitar lessons for him to be able to play the guitar shit he was going to have to play. He was a great, great singer, much better than me. One of the finest singers I know in general. And I realized that I really liked that Bob Weir gig, you know, and as I'm teaching him the guitar stuff, I'm like, you're not cutting it. You know, I'm thinking you're not going to cut it on the guitar. So I called up Leon. I said, Leon, I got a problem that has come up. He said, what is it? And I said, you know, I got offered the gig with the guy I've been working with all these years with Bob Weir, you know, for all these months at that time. And from the Grateful, he knew Bob, and he also knew what a great gig it was for me. And he said, Bobby, he says, don't worry. He says, take the gig. He says, I didn't tell anybody, but I'm breaking up the band after this tour. And what I was asking him,
Mm,
is this going to be an ongoing gig and I'll stay,
mm.
or is it going to not be and I should go? And he said, I'm going to break the band up right after this tour. He says, go for it. Don't lose out on
Very
this.
nice, very nice.
So I told the other guy, you know, I've changed my mind. Here's $500, you know, just for your time. And he was pissed at me for years, but we're still dear friends. But that was gentlemanly and the right thing for Leon to do.
Yes.
I always had a great relationship with him. I loved working with him. He was really a genius. You know,
Oh,
he
no
was,
doubt.
and he was deep. You know, and when I was learning that song, "A Song for You," I
I love
remember
it.
I thought about this moment that I was in the band, and I'd gone to his house for some reason, and I was coming in through the kitchen, which was by the carport. And I had a brand new BMW sitting there. I walked around it, and right then Mary came out the screen door as I was coming around the BMW, and Leon was right behind her, pleading with her to stay. He had just bought her this $60,000 brand new BMW as a gift, hoping she would decide to stay, and she was leaving. No, I'm done. It's over, you know. And you could see him tearing up, and her crawling into the car and backing out, and I'm standing there like, whoa, this is fucking heavy.
Mm.
And he said, come on in. We did whatever we had to do. But I remember that moment. I'm in the middle of a song for you. I love you in a place where there's no
Mm.
space and time. And I'm fucking bawling,
Yeah.
you know, remembering that moment that he was there in
Yes.
tears with her, even though he wrote it for Rita, who used to hang out at the old Sky Hill house.
Oh, Rita
Um,
Coolidge?
yeah. And my girlfriend now, I knew her back then. That's when I met her, was in 69.
Mm.
Her girlfriend said, I've got the guitar player, so don't hit on him, you know. So she and I never flirted. I was always kind of picked by the other girl and they became kind of our hangout girls. You know, they hung out with us all the time. I was in love with someone else, but it was a long distance fucked up relationship.
Mm.
And then I dated this girl one time while I was with Steppenwolf. I took her out one night. We went to see Don Preston play, and I realized that I wasn't finished with the girl who was about to become my wife.
Mm.
And so I decided to stay with my girlfriend. But anyway, that's when we met 50 some odd years ago, was
Mm.
through the Classic Cat with the South, with Don Preston and Casey Van Beek and Bob Young. And it's weird to see that unfold in this part of my life. You know, we didn't know each other for all those years. She had contacted me on Messenger, and I didn't see it for 2 years.
Mm.
And then I have two accounts. Both accounts are full. And so I don't go to either one that often, you know, but I went to that one even less. And I went on it one time, and it's like, oh my God, I've looked for those two girls for decades. I never knew their last names. And she's saying, you know, my name is this, and that we used to see you at the Classic Cat. And do you remember me? And of course, got her number right away and went and visited her the next day, and we've been together ever since
Oh,
then.
that's great. That's great. Hey, getting back to a song for you. I mean, what a masterpiece of a song.
Oh my
Have you
God!
heard, I saw on YouTube a version by Ray Charles. Have you seen that one?
Oh yeah, yeah,
It's freaking unbelievable.
yeah.
But what a
I
great
learned it
song.
from Leon and from Ray.
Mhm.
Uh, Mostly mine is from the Leon vibe. The chords and stuff are not normal chords. I
Mhm.
play chords that are more akin to what Leon was doing.
Mhm.
Uh, it's what a song!
Oh,
What a
yeah.
song!
It's an all-time
And
classic. And of course,
it's so emotive.
yeah, and the
I love
lyrics.
a place where there's no space and time. It's such a beautiful line, but he talks about these feelings he's having, and he's trying to convey it to the person he loves. He said, it's in the music. You can hear it. You can
Oh, yeah.
hear it.
All right.
You know.
Yeah, I got to tell you, when I had the balls to do this, when I was in Tulsa and I visited the church studio, Leon's church studio. They're taking us through the studio and the tour guide and Leon this and Leon that and da, da, da. And there was a piano right there. And I go, oh my God, I just feel like playing it right now.
Had today.
I and I sat down and went, I've seen so many places in my space and time. Sung a lot of songs. I made some bad rhymes. And I started playing it. The guys go, what the fuck? But I knew it, and I sang it like Leon.
Yeah.
I mean, I just love that song, man. But I had the balls to do that. It's funny because I was in Woodstock about the year before, and I was in the place Bearsville, and there was a piano there, and there was a tour, and I wanted to sit down and do a band song, The Wait, but I chickened out there. So when I was in Tulsa, I'm going to do it this time. Screw it, and I did
Yeah.
it in his studio, so that felt pretty
Yeah.
cool.
Well,
Yeah,
like I said, I knew Steve Ripley when he was in California, and we did some playing together and a video together, and I stayed in touch with Steve and Casey, who was the bass player in that band. What were they called? The Tractors. And I love that song, "Baby Likes to Rock It Like a Boogie Woogie Choo Choo Train," and that's so Steve. And so I called him to wish him a happy birthday a few years ago, and none of the numbers are working. I had several numbers on him, and I started doing research, and he had died like a year or two before. I had no idea. I think he had prostate cancer and was not telling anybody. I was stunned to find out that he died. It's just weird. And anyway, he kind of took that studio over after Leon left. And Leon, that's where all those Tulsa guys were from.
yeah.
Jim Keltner and Carl Radel and Jimmy Karstein and
JJ
Bob
Cale,
Whitlock. Huh?
JJ Cale,
AJ Kale. Yeah, he was all they were all part of that scene.
David Gates was from Tulsa.
Was he too?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have friends that worked with David too, and it's so weird how our paths cross in these
Mm.
strange ways.
Oh,
And
yeah.
my deep interest in music, besides being a player, a writer, a producer, an inventor, and all those things, all of those were my passion, you know, and getting to know Leon the way I did. It's funny one time. Um, Lynn, Roger Lynn, I told you he's a good guitar player,
Yeah.
and we used to jam at the studio there at Paradise, and he could play blues with anybody. He's a fine blues player, and I had this beautiful ornate Ibanez guitar, just
Mhm.
all inlaid and
Yeah.
incredible, and of course I play the way I play, and we finished jamming. He says, "Man," he said, "Well, how much did that guitar cost? Gee whiz." And I said, I don't really know. They gave it to me.
Mm.
He kind of stopped. And it was like that moment when Leon looked up at the
Yeah.
ceiling.
Why did
He,
you do that?
he's looking at me, like he's looking at the ceiling. He said, "Why'd they give it to you?" And I said, "Well, I think they like me.
Oh my God.
They like the way I play.
Yeah.
And they tried for probably close to a year and a half to get me to come on board,
Yeah.
offering me all these fucking guitars and shit, and then they finally built this custom one for me, which, I basically said, well, I like the one you built for Weir, except I'd like to change this and this and this and this about it, and so they built it for me, and they delivered it to me in 79, January 79, the same time we did the Cloud9 concert at Knott's Berry Farm with the first performance of Bobby in the Midnight
Mhm.
rhythm section with Steve Miller. And I remember I picked up the guitar out of the case, I strummed it, and I went, it doesn't have as good a sustain as my telly that I had made, my Zebrawood telly. They started bowing, we make you a new one. We'll build you a new one. It's a fucking masterpiece. It's a piece of art, you
Wow.
know? And anyway, I said, no, let me play it. Let me see what I want to make different, and then they made me another one that was equally beautiful. Um, I really loved that about Ibanez. They really wanted to make the best instruments they could, and they would do anything to do it.
Mhm.
And they trusted me since I was the only guy they knew that didn't just take everything they offered. Most guys would, yeah, you want to give me that guitar? Oh, yeah,
I'll
I'll take
take
that
it.
one too. And all
Period.
those, yeah, I'll take them, and they come back with 5 of them from Japan and sell them all as soon as they get here.
Right, right, right.
But I was
Hey,
never like that.
hey, getting back to Leon before we get off of Leon, I just want to say, besides Song for You, of course, This Masquerade, what a great song
Oh,
that is. And
what,
I
what a
and
song.
I love Delta Lady. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
and
I
that
remember
lyric,
the day he brought the tape home from England.
mhm,
For some reason we were there, and he played those basic tracks for us. And
mm.
he took us in the studio to A&M, I think it was, and we cut all the vocals for Hummingbird.
Oh, that's another great song.
Yeah, and what he did later, I think he replaced us or maybe added to us a bunch of black singers, girls. But we had that kind of range in falsetto, and we sang the shit out of it, and don't fly away,
Oh yeah, man.
all in high harmony,
Love Hummingbird. And
and
the verse I love in Delta Lady is when he goes,
oh,
when he says, there are concrete mountains in the city. There are concrete mountains in the city, and pretty city women live inside them. Pretty city women live inside them. And so what a great verse and the way it sings.
he was a
Uh,
visionary, man, and what a player, and I didn't realize that he had a, a little bit of, I think it was cerebral palsy when he was born,
oh yeah, he had a
and
leg problem, a limp.
his right hand was affected by that, which contributed to all the octaves he played.
Mhm.
Instead of all the notes that most guys would be doing, he'd be doing these octave things that became his signature.
Right.
And yeah, he kind of had that limp that got worse as the years went by, and of course, whatever that leak was causing too.
Oh my
Um,
God.
I remember I was with Burrito Deluxe, and Garth Hudson was our keyboard
Oh
player
my God.
in that band.
I think I said wow in this interview more than any. Keep saying wow. Garth Hudson, wow.
so,
Talk about
so
a
I,
genius.
I'm playing. Yeah,
Another
another
genius.
savant. He was a challenge to work with, but he did give me one of my greatest compliments. He said, "I think you are the best guitarist I've ever worked with,"
Whoa.
and that was like, wow. I wish I could take it to the bank somehow and turn that in,
Yeah, yeah,
because
yeah, yeah, yeah.
it was at one of these moments where we were going through some hardship, and we were in Boulder, Colorado, walking somewhere, and he told me that. And he was a real difficult guy because he and Maud, they were quite a difficult team. Um, he would he would always, instead of taking the flight to Nashville and fly his wife with him, they'd decide they needed a car, and so they'd rent him a car so they could drive from there to here.
Mhm.
Then they bought him, leased him a car because he lost his car.
He appears to be like a guy that's I don't know if he's on the spectrum, but he's this genius, but he's got to be really strange.
He was just bizarre at times, and it turned out to not always be bad. We'd end a song, like a big ending, boom, and he'd be just noodling. He'd just keep noodling. He might noodle for 5 minutes, 3 minutes, a long time. And all of a sudden we'd be into the next song.
Oh,
And we'd recognize, oh, he took us on a little journey into this next thing. And so we do the next song. He was very inventive,
mhm.
very inventive in his parts. And I enjoyed that part of playing with him. That band had some terrible problems, and just some terrible problems. And but one of the great things during that era was I was helping Sneaky
Mhm.
deal with his Alzheimer's.
Mhm.
When we got to the gig in Boulder, his steel had not been taken care of in transportation, and all of the wiring underneath the cables for all the pedals and the knee levers, everything was disconnected, and he didn't know how it went back. And so he played slide steel, and he's not good at that. He is a pedal steel player, and so all the recordings we had at the Boulder Theater were mistakenly terrible steel guitar. Just constant, just a steel bar moving in and out of tune, and just awful. And I had the job of replacing his steel on all those songs.
Now, was that partly because of the Alzheimer's too? Because you would think he'd know
He
that I'm
couldn't
not very good
remember.
at this.
He couldn't remember how the pedals hooked up because of the Alzheimer's.
Okay.
However, what I started doing was taking it upon myself to learn how his steel was cabled up. And they hired me to build a second steel for him. So I had to locate a bunch of those old Fender pedal steels, and from them cobble the parts together to make one capable of doing what he was doing, and then get some machining done for the other special stuff. He used 9 pedals and 2 knee levers, and I think he tuned to a B flat. It's been years now since I did that, but I got to work with Sneaky in depth on all of those tracks, just he and and I got to where I learned every pedal position for every important chord in the song Nightlife, for instance. You play this one here and this one here with these pedals, and this position with those pedals, and then this is how you trans change chords and stuff. And so I was kind of helping him remember how he played everything good that he was doing. And after 2 weeks of working on Nightlife, which it was a solid 2 weeks, he played one all the way through from beginning to end, a beautiful solo. And he
Ooh.
jumped up, and if you remember Sneaky, he always smacked his, yeah, man, yeah, yeah. He'd slap his right knee. You know, he jumped up and he was crying and slapping his right knee.
Oh man.
And it was so beautiful working with him through that time, because he knew he had a problem. He didn't know how bad it was going to be. But anyway, we were supposed to go in the studio, and it had all been planned out. The studio dates were booked, and right after that, I was going to have to go to NAMM because I was booked at NAMM. And so come time to do the album, Garth decides he's going to drive up from wherever the hell he lives, up way up in northern America and northeast America. I don't know if it was Woodstock or where, but suddenly he's 2 or 3 days late to do our album. So we went in the studio, the rehearsal studio, and basically mapped out the 5 or 6 songs that were in the running to be on the album, and 2 or 3 of which were destined to be the singles, according to everybody. And I left for NAMM and left them with the tempos and all the chord changes and the arrangements. And they went in the studio with a $700 an hour engineer, because he's the greatest drum recorder engineer in Nashville. They recorded all the songs, and I'm an engineer. I've been an engineer since I was a kid, practically, engineering sessions. And the first thing I notice is when I come to the studio is they're recording keyboards I think at first. Um, and I had him solo the keyboard channel, and there's a buzz, there's a ground loop. I said, "Do you guys hear that?" Oh yeah, yeah. Wow. I wonder why. And he doesn't know how to fix it, the engineer. And the other guys in the band, they didn't notice it until I pointed it out. And of course, once it's there, everybody notices a which you don't want on your recording, you
No.
know. And so I let him spend about 20 minutes trying to figure out what was wrong. And then I just went and fixed it. And then they hooked up Sneaky's steel guitar, and it was buzzing. So I let him deal with that, not wanting to get in his way. He didn't know how to fix it. So I went and I fixed it. And so we got to the songs that they had recorded for me, and the fucking feels are all wrong. They even got some of the changes like, what the fuck were you doing there? And the songs, some of them were a little complicated, but I said, there isn't anything that's recorded here that can't be replaced and done better in this studio right now with me engineering. Perfectly capable of it. I obviously have fixed the ground loops that your engineer doesn't know how to do. And so the next day I get a call from management. Bobby, we no longer need your services.
Mm.
I'm like, what? What the fuck are you talking about? He said, yes, just been a majority decision. I said, a majority decision. Interesting. I said, Sneaky Pete's the guy that got me in the band. I know he loves what I do. I know he wants me there. Garth Brooks just told me I'm the best guitarist he's ever worked with. He loves playing with
You
me.
said Garth Brooks. Did you mean Garth Hudson?
I meant Garth Hudson. And then Stick Davis, who was our new bass player from Amazing Rhythm Aces, hounds me every day after rehearsal. Let's put some gigs together on the side, man. I love what you do. I love your music. I love your songs. We got to play together. I said, so that's three of the members, and then there's me. I didn't pick this, so we're left with the other guitar player, singer, the other co-writer, and the drummer. He said that's just the group, the majority decision. So I called up Garth. I said, "Hey Garth, did you know about that?" He says, "Oh yeah, Dave fucking ran that by me. I told him you guys are full of shit. Fuck you, you know." So I called up Sneaky. What are you talking about? No, nobody's talking about what the fuck. And I called up Stick, and he said, "Oh man," he says, "I'm sorry." He said, "Man, the drummer's the one that got me in the band. I kind of had to side with him. I know I love what you fucking do, but I don't want to get in the middle of this politic thing, because there's the money guy, then there's the drummer who got him in the band,
Mm.
and then there's the other guy from France who plays rhythm guitar and sings and writes songs. Pretty good, but that ain't a majority." I said, "You know what? Later, if you don't want me in the band, I'm not in the band. So they're in the studio finishing up the other tracks they had, and I get a call from a producer friend from California who's now the producer. He says, "Bobby," he says, "Man, I know this is awful. I hate to call you about this. I've recorded so many times with this guy. He was the producer that actually replaced Albert Lee's guitar part with my part. He was the one that made that decision with Sneaky on that session I told you about,
Mhm.
where they erased Albert's solo and put my
Oh,
solo on." So he loves my playing. He says, this is a horrible position, but we can't get Sneaky Steel to work. I just like,
mm.
you gotta be kidding, because it's complicated. He's got all these things. And I said, sure, I'll help you. And so I said, where's this switch? And he tells me, I says, flip that switch. And all of a sudden you hear, "Dah!" The steel's working now. He said, thanks, Bobby. We've been working on this for hours and we haven't been able to figure it out. And then they called me two or three other times. They were going on the road to do some video stuff and to tour, and they couldn't get Sneaky Steel to work. Well, I'm the guy that had been designing a replacement steel for it, and I, they fired me in the middle of it, and I said, all I want is to be paid for what I've put into it right now. It still needs to go to the machine shop. I said I'd like about, I think I wanted $1,200 or something like that for the work I had done, and he was suing me for $600. And I said, why are you suing me? I've done all this work. I need to be paid for the work. You promised me to pay me for all this work and finding all these old steels and, routing them out and doing all this stuff that I've done. And and he wants to sue me. So I went to a lawyer, and he said, God, who is this guy? He said, he's hired the most expensive law firm in Nashville to sue you. He said it had to cost him at least $2,000 to just put a retainer down to get him to start on this. And they're suing you for $600. He said, this is crazy. He says, here's my suggestion: pay him the $600 and just go sell the steel. So I did. Got all my money back.
Good for you.
It was craziness, just craziness. But anyway, that's what happened with Burrito Deluxe. And working with Garth Hudson was a treat. I still can't imagine how he came up with some of what he came up with. It was
Oh,
just from outer space. There's so many interesting people in this business that I was lucky to run across and to learn from, and you know show up at a session and Dr. John is on piano. It's like, what the fuck? It's fun stuff, man. And some
so,
of my favorite stuff was still what I did back with the Midniters and the Vesuvians. Earliest stuff I did. I used to swap amps when I'd be doing lead guitar on some of the surf stuff with Bobby Hernandez, because he had a Tremolux with a 210 piggyback cabinet, and it had that pump and bass end from that kind of cabinet. And I was always borrowing my friends. He had a Tweed Pro, and that was one of Eddie's dear friends. I used to always borrow his amp because I liked the way it sounded. And what an era to grow up in. And then
oh,
the Beatles came out and the Stones came out.
Dylan.
God, oh, gee whiz.
I wouldn't trade when I was born and what I got to go through in the 60s for anything.
Yeah. Oh, I
Okay.
was telling you the story about when my new stepmom, when I was 15 and a half, was trying to find me a gig. She got a lead on a band in Long Beach that was pretty popular, whose guitar player had just been drafted. I think he might have been 21. I'm not sure. But he played a 6120 through a dual showman. And that's what I had. That's what I was playing through at that point. And she was trying to talk him into letting me come on audition. And they wouldn't audition me because I was only 15 and a half. He's too young for our band. We got adults in this band. And so she talked him into letting me go listen to the audition. And when I get there, she's out in the car. I left my gear in the car, and I came in, and auditioning is Brian Garofalo. Have you ever heard of Brian Garofalo?
The name sounds familiar.
I think he's a bass player that wound up working some with James Taylor and people like that.
Mhm.
But he was a terrible guitarist. And I remember just sort of giggling inside that they would audition him, who's terrible, and not audition me. Are you kidding? You know? And so they didn't have guys to show up for auditioning. And they're all set up, and I looked right. I looked a lot older than 15, and I had the right gear and showed up right. And well, do you have your gear out in the car? And I said, yeah, I got it. Bring it in. So we played 6 or 7 songs. They went and had a band meeting, and I was in the band. And
What was that band
boom,
called?
just the Emperors.
Oh, okay.
They later changed their name to Emperor, and they were a very popular band. They had a record deal, and they all bleached their hair blonde, kind of like the Stones length of hair, but they had all bleached it blonde to just kind of do something to get some press. And they were getting a fair amount of press around Long Beach. They were playing all the top local gigs, and so I stepped into a band that was already successful. They were, I think one guy was like 25 or 6, but most of them around 18, 19, 20, 25. They were all older than me in that sense. Um, but a really good band. And the drummer used to step out from behind the drums, and the sax player would go back and play drums. But when I joined the band, I also play drums. So they got me to go back on some songs, like the Coasters kind of songs, where the sax would be out there doing the solos and wiggling on his back like in Little Egypt, doing the famous dance of the pyramids. And the drummer would go out and sing all those coaster songs, and doing the funny voice and all that. And I remember the previous guitar player came back after his basic training, I guess, that you get a couple of weeks off. He came to sit in with the band, and all I'd heard was how good this guy was. He was a great singer, a great guitar player, and I just had a mountain to climb to keep up with what he was. And so he came and he sat in, and of course I sat out while he sat in, but I played my best. I really just tried to play really good, and the whole band was pissed off at me because they felt like I was trying to
Show 'em
shut
up.
him down. I just I was just trying to keep up with what I thought was a job. And he turned out to be a really nice guy. He moved to Nashville. He was out in Knoxville or somewhere like that, and we had a great time hanging out on the phone 30 years later. You know, it's funny that band. They just had a reunion, even though they're still out there playing. And I missed the reunion. I was going to do a video for them while I was on tour with the Rockpile tour. I was supposed to do a video, but I wound up not having enough time and not thinking about it.
Hey, by the way, what's the name of your book and is it out yet?
Three Steps to Heaven, the Eddie Cochran
Is
story.
it up already?
Yeah, it's out on Hal Leonard.
Three
It's
steps.
available through Amazon and all those retailers. They've sold out the initial run, so now it's a print on demand.
Okay,
And
three steps to heaven.
yeah, yeah, I tell a lot of these stories and talk a lot about a lot of stuff in there. It's my view of Eddie's life through my eyes and through my career too. Um, Playing a lot of the same venues, sometimes with some of the same guys. It's kind of
Yeah,
trippy.
nice. Earlier, we talked about some of the dysfunction that was going on in your family life when you were growing up. Well, thank God
Right.
you stayed sober. All this stuff could have made you into a drug addict and
Well,
alcoholic.
it just compounded my decision. It reinforced my decision to do something that I knew was right for this. I was given a gift. I'm not normal. I was given a gift and I just honored it the best I could. You know, I was up against the shadow of Eddie, which you couldn't be better than Eddie, even though his friends were saying I was when I was 15. And yeah, I could play stuff he didn't do. Yeah, but
He
shit, I
wrote he
lived
wrote those classics.
I lived several decades longer. I ought to be able to do a lot of shit he couldn't do.
Oh,
I've come up
sure,
with a lot of shit that people don't know how to do.
sure.
I've played so many fucking clinics all over the world teaching people what I know that I learned from other people that stood on someone else's shoulders. Um, Lenny Bro changed the world when I heard him. He changed Chet's world when Chet heard him. You know, People like that were innovators, and I was lucky enough to read about it. And stepmom bought me his album. I learned everything I could, and then my buddies, Jay Graydon, the guy who played the solo on Peg later,
Oh man,
he
yeah.
he and I were good friends. He came to see me. He was in the Spiral Staircase, and
Uh-huh.
I was playing at the King's Table in Pico Rivera, and we had a great band. Jim Gordon used to come out all the time and sit in with us, and I'm sure he's the one that got all the Hollywood guys, Delaney Bramlett, Delaney and Bonnie, um, David Page, the keyboard player in Toto. All these guys coming from Hollywood to see this band. I'm sure that it had a lot to do with Jim Gordon coming out and seeing us play all the time. And I was doing a lot of sessions with Jim, and all of a sudden these guys were coming out. Delaney tried to get me to join the band, and he another one of the best quotes I ever got. He said, "You're the best thing since Dwayne Allman." And I don't really
Mhm.
play slide,
Yeah, yeah.
but that's a compliment he gave me
Oh
that
yeah.
night. Tried to get me to hire me away from that band. I wasn't interested in leaving. I knew Delaney and the coke problem that was
Yeah.
going on, and I
Pretty
wanted
wild.
I wanted some more of the best that I could put together. It probably would have changed a huge amount of my career if I'd have joined Delaney at that moment, because that led to Little Feat. That rhythm section was the one that broke off and did Little Feat, And that was that era, 1970, that so much stuff was happening. That's right after Don had left to join Mad Dogs and Englishmen. And Don and I were a force to be reckoned with on lead guitar for two of us in a band. Look, we were any band you wanted to compare us to, we could do, Beatles, Stones, whoever, the Hollies, the Bee Gees, our harmonies. There was nobody that did harmonies better than us. And we were just at the peak of what we did at that time, in an era when that was what was happening, and we were just in our circle. I if I'd have gone with Delaney, Jesus, that would have opened up all that stuff into the British invasion guys, which I avoided. They tried to take me to England. I'll send you some articles that I tried to send already, where they 13-year-old Cochran genius lives on in 13-year-old nephew. They were trying to get me to go to England when I was 15 or 13. Yeah, when I was 13. They were trying to get me to go to England to do Eddie stuff, and I wasn't much of a singer then. My voice hadn't changed. I hadn't been writing songs much, but
Have
I
you
was,
have you done Eddie stuff in England since? I
oh
mean,
yeah, yeah, yeah. I've done many tours over there, using some of Eddie's stuff and promoting all of that era. I was one of the main people at some of the Cochran festivals they did in Chippenham where he was killed,
yeah.
and I was on the bill every time I could be, and made room for it if I could in my touring schedule, so I could do those performances.
Have you done Liverpool?
No, I never have
And you
played.
would be open, man. They're the biggest rock fans in Liverpool of the
No,
50s rock stuff. People
England,
were so big
England,
there.
and Sweden, and Germany, and France, and Belgium, and Holland, and all these places. They love rock and roll on a level that America,
Oh yeah, more
we
than
have
us.
we have that many people, but amongst the millions that aren't interested, that are more interested in rap,
Right.
but there are millions of fans over there that equal the millions of fans we don't know how to get to in America, because America doesn't honor all of that music the same way
No,
that Europe
no. Well, I
honors
hope
it.
you get to Liverpool because believe me, they're as
Oh,
fanatical
it's
as
come
anything.
up several times. They've wanted me to play at the Cavern. I think there's a new Cavern,
Yeah.
um, and other places. I remember I was on tour, and afterwards I spent some time in England. I think we went there with Bobby and the Midnites. I think we went, and they took me to the Hippodrome in Bristol where Eddie played his last concert.
Mm.
What a trip! What a fucking trip to be in that room where he had just done his concert, before he was killed, and to know his road manager, um, for years and years and years, and all the stories we shared. Um, I've shared as much as I can in the story and the interview, but as you hear, when we talk about one thing, it leads to another thing. It's crazy. I was, through the years, I always wanted to do the Chet Atkins thing. So I learned a bunch of Chet stuff when I was a kid. And when I was 15, I knew how to play Yankee Doodle Dixie, two songs at once, And I gave lessons to one of the guys in the Safaris, and he reminded me, oh, yeah, I took lessons from you when you were 15. And I went, really? He says, yeah, you're the only guy I knew that knew how to play Yankee Doodle Dixie, you know, and yeah, I knew how to do that stuff because it was a challenge, because Eddie knew how to do that stuff, and I wanted to be able to play like Eddie. And so I'm at the NAMM show in about '07 or something, and doing a bunch of original Chet Atkinsy. Uh, Sounds like two guitar players, and I loop it, and then it sounds like three guitar players, and George Benson's walking by, and I had met George many years before, and I wanted to say hi. He gives me a big thumbs up about what I'm playing, So I said, "Come over here." He said, "Okay." He comes over to me. He's got a entourage of 20 people or something, and he's up in the booth talking to me. I said, "You remember this time we were in Chicago, NAMM show? Might have been 77, 78 in Chicago at McCormick Place. They were trying to bring on Howard Roberts into the fold as an endorsee." He said, "Oh yeah, man, I remember that. Yeah, we were trying to bring Howard on, do an endorsement with him, and I was the guy that was in the booth. I was setting up a bunch of effects in front of George and Howard, not because they were going to play them, but just because we wanted them on display while they were playing. And they started playing. They just started blowing it. They blew for 20, 30 minutes or something. The doors are locked. People are jammed up against the outside. And it's just me as close as this computer to them and them just rocking it. And I loved Howard's playing, but George never repeated an idea. He just kept coming up with new ideas the whole time. I was just flabbergasted. And I wanted to talk to him and remember that moment. He's remembering it with me. He says, man, he said, I'm so glad you called me over. He says, man, I wish Chet was alive. You, me, and Chet should have done an album together.
Ooh.
And I'm like, what the fuck? I got to put that on my website today. One of the greatest compliments I could ever get. In this lifetime, I won't play the way George does.
Oh, crazy.
But I was glad that he liked what I was doing, because I do my version of what Chet did, and I've got all this rock energy in me and blues energy in me, and so I do the Chet Atkinsy thing, with hopefully a fun melody, and then I can loop it and play all my rock and blues and country licks and stuff that Chet didn't know how to do. He'd hire someone else to come do that stuff, and so if I had 3 lives to live, I could do a lot more stuff. It's excited me my whole life. I can't imagine how I wound up in front of BB King and Mike Bloomfield when I was 16. How did that happen? What did I say to who? I was too young to get in anywhere. And
That's life.
yeah, that's what it's all about, man.
But
I learned from
I can play.
giants.
Huh?
I learned from giants,
Yeah.
Eddie, Freddie King. And so I met the guitar player from the Fireballs at one of the conventions. Probably it might have been the Surf Ballroom
Mhm.
where Buddy Holly played that last gig. I met the guy from the Fireballs. One of my idols as a kid. My first 2 albums were Dwayne Eddy and Chet Atkins. And I put Chet Atkins on and I went, oh my God, how did they do that? I mean, it was impossible. And then I got the Fireballs album. I learned all the Dwayne Eddy stuff, and that affected me my whole life with tone. What a tone. And of course, growing up with the surf era and how important that surf tone was then too. And then getting to know Dwayne later in life, and interviewing him for the book.
Yeah.
There's a lot of controversy in Eddie's life about whether he was going to be married to Sharon Sheeley or not. Sharon was his girlfriend. She wrote Poor Little Fool. And my mom believed that Eddie loved her much more than my dad thought or any of the band guys thought or any of the family thought. My mom was a romantic, and she could see this other side of Eddie too, and when I met Dwayne Eddy, he said that Eddie came into the restaurant he was in England. They knew each other, and he introduced Sharon as his fiance. Now, Dwayne won't lie about that. He is not that kind of guy. I know all kinds of people that think they know Eddie and wish they knew Eddie who have an opinion about it, but they aren't Dwayne Eddy. And he didn't say it to him into his face the way Dwayne Eddy is,
Mhm.
So I put that in the book just the way it is,
I'll get that book.
I don't think that he would have stayed together. Most marriages don't, and they were young kids,
Of course.
and all the girls want to know the guitar player or the singer,
Of course.
But I believe they loved each other, and I believed he did ask her, and I think the world ought to know that. I love Sharon. I
Mhm.
dealt with all of her insecurities and her drinking and whatever she was involved with. I had many 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning calls, that my wife was like, "Why do you take those calls?" Even, and but I cared about her, and I cared about her.
Okay.
We didn't talk about Jeff Beck.
You're right.
When I was with the Emperors, we played a party up in the Hollywood Hills, and it was for the Yardbirds. And I hadn't really heard of the Yardbirds. And they're there, and they want to play on our gear. So I'm from Me to You with Jeff Beck, plugging him into my dual showman. I've got a 6120. He's got an Esquire, and he just blew my mind. blew my mind, man. Cliff Gallup was that guitar player for Gene Vincent.
Okay.
That's where he learned a lot of those rolls and stuff that Chet Atkins does. And I went out the following week and bought a Telecaster. But that night with Jeff Beck, it
Oh my
flat out
God.
changed my trajectory in a
Oh,
certain way. I saw that we were on the same path. He was just ahead of me, you know. And that night, he told me he was 18,
oh
but he
my
was.
God.
I don't know why he lied to me about his age. I was 16, and he's like, I think 4 years older than me, you
Mm,
know. But he told me he was 18,
mm.
and I just found out at a memorial service for a friend that house that we were at that night was Phil Spector's house.
Oh,
I had no idea whose house we were at. I just knew there were a lot of stars. You know, Roger McGuinn was up on the balcony with binoculars watching what I was playing. And
mhm.
I later realized, you know, he was into hot guitar players. That's when he started working with the great chicken picker. He was out of Lancaster. I can't think of his name right now, but later he worked with them, you know, and so I realized, that's why he was so intent on what I was doing, because I had a few of those tricks and nobody else was doing that stuff. Suddenly I see a guy like Jeff Beck doing the same stuff I'd been doing, you know. A lot of times I'd turn around so they wouldn't see how I did it, you know.
Oh,
Oh, I didn't tell you, I got to test the Rosewood's Telecaster that they made for George Harrison
oh.
for the whole Let It Be era. I
Hmm.
was the guy that tested that and got him to fix it. The Rosewood Telly. I'm the guy that tested that before they sent it to him. And I
Nice.
also tested the Rosewood Strat that was going to be sent to Jimi Hendrix, but Jimmy died before they could present it to him.
Anyway, Bobby, thank you very much for doing the interview. I really appreciate it.
Well, you're welcome. I'm glad that we finally got to do it. We talked about it for so many years, and my buddies have done them with you and raved about how cool it was. And it's part of history that people really need to know about, you know. And we were breaking through racial barriers at that time, musical barriers, societal barriers, and it was still one of my happiest memories of my life, you know, playing with those guys and
The one's
I
in
mean,
East L.A., huh?
yeah, it was all. Most of it was at St. Alphonsus over and over and over and over and over. You know, all those young girls and all those young guys, and it was a big deal to play on a big stage full of people. You know, I mean, those rooms. What did it hold? 500 people or something? It was
Probably.
a pretty big room, and it
Hmm.
was packed out, man. And a lot of social unrest going on, and we were playing music that just made you forget all of it. You know.
That's right, man.
Living a dream,
That's
you
right,
know.
man. Okay, well, I'll be waiting for those photos and we'll get this up as soon as possible. I'll let you know.
No, we'll do it. Thank you,
Thanks a
man.
lot, Bobby.
Bye bye.
Bye-bye.